Good morning to all our viewers. We are at the Senanayake Grounds, Colombo 7 for the game between South Africa Over-50s versus India Over-50s at the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Out in the middle with the national anthems being sung. We will start the proceedings in 5 minutes. The IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025, South Africa versus India. And a very good morning to Denon.
Good morning, Feroz. Happy to be here, and we are looking forward for an exciting day of cricket. India versus South Africa. Every time these two teams meet, definitely something everyone can enjoy as the national anthems are underway.
News out in the middle is India Over-50s won the toss and elected to bat first. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to yet another game in the IMC Over-50s World Cup. Today we have the match between the South Africa Over-50s versus the Indian cricket team Over-50s, and we are at the DS College Cricket Grounds. We'll take a look at the 22-yard strip for today's game. We see dark, it's February and it's very hot and humid out here, so you can't expect much moisture on the wicket. And as expected, we have a very hard surface which will be conducive for batting. But there's a little bit of crack, but given the nature of the wicket, I don't see it deteriorating much. And when you progress to the middle section of the wicket, you see that the shade of the wicket gets onto a darker shade, and which indicates that the surface can be tacky at times. We feel that the wicket, especially in the first session, will make batting a little difficult because it will not come onto the bat. But when you kind of progress further, you see that the wicket is indeed on the harder side. I feel that the team that wins the toss will not be too worried about what they'll do. They'll most likely opt to bowl because of the tackiness in the wicket, especially in the first session. But as the game progresses, I feel that this will be conducive for batting.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying tuned in the Papare TV as the toss will be made shortly. Please stay tuned.
Good morning, it's match day and the game between South Africa Over-50s versus India Over-50s at the IMC Over-50s World Cup. And we have our captain for today, South Africa, Mario Solomons. And we have the Indian captain, Mr. Pawan Malik. A very good morning to you all. And do the honors for us, Mario. Stumps is the call, and stumps it is. So, Pawan, what have you decided to do?
We'll have a bat.
So, India Over-50s will elect to bat. Any particular reason, Pawan?
No reason. It's a bit hot.
So, more than the wicket, it's the weather that has decided. So, how has the tournament been so far for you?
I think it's been fabulously organized. We've been very privileged with some of the wickets that we've played. And just generally everywhere you go, it just feels like there is a love of cricket that even as Indians we find is so infectious.
And what about the team composition? Have you made any changes from the team that played last?
We have, I think we have a new number 3 batter, Murugan, who comes in. That's about the only change we have.
Right. And good luck for the game, Pawan.
Thank you very much.
So, Mario, what would you have opted to do had you won the toss?
Yeah, we also would have batted.
So, little disappointed, but how's your team composition so far?
Yeah, we brought in 3 players, Crazy, Krug, and that is it, yeah.
And your thoughts on the weather? How is your team coping up with the back-to-back games?
Yeah, and obviously coming from South Africa is very challenging, but the guys are coping, they're fit, and they really are.
So we wish you all the best, and let's hope for a good game.
Thank you so much.
So that's it for us. We have India winning the toss and electing to bat first.
As you heard, Team India has opted to bat first after winning the toss. Let's have a look at the two teams, Feroz. South Africa
Yahya Jiwa, Wian Smith, Craig Lyons, Russell Krug, Andre Stein, Mario Solomons, the skipper, Tyrone Henderson, Golem Talib, Dion Cruz, Wayne Tarat, Con Purchase represent the South Africa Over-50s, and for India, the skipper Pawan Malik, Fakir Dangaria, Sohail Masood, Miles Swami Murugan, Abhijit Ganguly, Mandar Padke, Vinayak Samath, Iqbal Khan, Rodney Charles, Dinesh Kumar Sharma and Ravindra Bandari will play today's game between South Africa Over-50s versus India Over-50s. Games being played today. Namibia versus New Zealand at the Navy Grounds in Velisara. USA take on UAE at the BRC Grounds, Colombo 5. Sri Lanka take on England at the Coles Cricket Club, Colombo 5. And one we'll be witnessing shortly, South Africa versus India at the DS Senanayake College Grounds, Colombo 7. And next door at the MCA Grounds, Colombo 7, we have the game between Canada versus Pakistan, and the other game, the final game between Wales versus Australia, will be played at the Pujita Uduarana Sports Academy grounds in Bandaragama. So 6 games will be played, 3 each in Pool A and B. And this is how the points table stands. Sri Lanka lead the way, 4 played, 4-1, and a net run rate at a healthy 2.955, followed closely by the favourites England, 3 played, 3-1, and at a healthy run rate as well. New Zealand are at third, they've won 2, lost 1, and Zimbabwe played 4, just won 1 game, and unfortunately they've lost 3. USA and UAE have 1 each. Namibia yet to get on board. So this is how Pool A looks like at the halfway stage.
The Pool B points table so far in the tournament. Australia have won all 3 of their games. India with 2 wins and 2 losses. Pakistan a win and a loss. Wales on the other hand, 2 wins, 2 losses, but a bit behind in the points table due to their net run rate. South Africa with a win each with the West Indies. Canada with 1 each, and in the bottom of the points table so far in the IMC Over-50s World Cup tournament 2025, as South Africa are taking the field. The Indian batters are walking out of the change rooms, and umpires are ready to start things off for today.
So I think it's a very important game for South Africa, 4th in the table, and a win can completely change the whole outlook of that particular Pool B. And 2 batsmen walking out in the middle. I think at the toss, Captain Awan mentioned that it's the weather that dictated the terms. I felt there's a bit of tackiness on the wicket. It's still hard, good for batting, but especially in the first few overs, you can expect the ball to seam around. There's a bit of softness in the upper layer is what I felt. So it'll be interesting to see how the batsmen get along, how they construct their innings. And as far as South Africa is concerned, they'd like to utilize a little bit of assistant that may possibly be there available for the fast bowlers. We'll have to wait and see.
We're moments away from the first ball being bowled. Awaiting the umpire's signal for proceedings to begin. Player says the umpire, and the first ball here at the Senanayake Grounds, as it well left by the Indian batter.
Well, that had some bounce. Good start for South Africa, and equally well played in the end. Some steep bounce, bending his back. First delivery on the money. Yeah, it's a bit of outswing on offer as well, but this time India push for a single, so they start proceedings. That should give some confidence to the batsman. A gentle push towards point, and the non-striker obliges. Good shape, lovely outswing. Some encouraging signs for South Africa.
The ball having a bit of movement from the pitch first up.
This time on the shorter side, cut towards the third man region. Another single, so India, two openers, Masood and Dangaria. Outside off stump and wide called. Cruz shows his disappointment.
Surely it's where it goes past the batsman. Hey?
He felt that it shouldn't have been called a wide. Outside off stump, kept going away from the batsman. So 3 runs, India. First over. Again on the shorter side, Masood on the back foot. Plays it back to the bowler. No chance of a single.
The ball seems to be doing a bit of late movement of the pitch in the first over.
He's been on the shorter side. Cruz, I think he needs to make that adjustment. He's getting the ball to swing again on the back foot, left alone. So end of 1 over. India 3 for no loss.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
So the second over in progress. Fakir Dangaria is on strike. Masood on 1, Dangaria on 1. They were off the mark in the first over. Cruz got the ball to swing, but unfortunately was on the shorter side. Can expect the bowlers to make the adjustment.
Surely they're experimenting on the lengths in the very first over. As the innings progresses, they will settle in and find their groove. A lot depends on Masood and Dangaria to give a good start for Team India. As the second over commences. Very well bowled and guided straight to the fielder.
Again, outside off stump, left alone by Dangaria. So the two opening fast bowlers for South Africa have started off well. Reed bowling his first over. That was a good delivery outside off stump, tempting the batsman to chase. But Dangaria is equal to the task, leaves alone, no harm done. Very well bowled again, getting the ball to nip back off the wicket. I think as far as India is concerned, the first few overs get accustomed to the wicket. And it looks wonderful wicket to bat. Just need to spend some time, get accustomed, acclimatize to the wicket, and then there's plenty of runs on offer. Again, well bowled, hitting the right line and length. Good start for Reed. I think he's realized you've got to make the batsman play, got to get them onto the front foot. And so far, the 4 deliveries in his first over has been right on the money. Wonderful shot on the back foot. Ample time for Dungaria to hoik it away towards the vacant mid-wicket region. Couple of bouncers. The first boundary for the day. This time Reed guilty of bowling it short, but wonderful footwork. Rocks on to the back foot and plays a lovely pull. Couple of bouncers, and that should give Dungaria some confidence. First boundary on board for him and for India as well. This time a good follow-up by Reed, getting him onto the front foot. End of 2 overs. India 7 for no loss.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and thepapare.com.
Masood on strike. He was on the other end while Dungaria started attacking from the other end. Reed had a very good over until that boundary spoiled it. Starts off with a void.
Cruz getting his radar wrong on the pads. The batsman disappointed that he missed out on it. Nevertheless, a wide called. This time again on the shorter side, but equally well played by Masood. I think Cruz is getting the ball to nip away from the right-hander, and he's got a good bounce off the wicket. Might be well off if he bowls a little fuller. This time again trying a little too hard, pushes it across. Another wide called.
Cruz seems to be finding it a bit difficult to control his line and length.
Oh, thickish outside edge. Just a lone slip fielder in that region.
The ball
Gets that
goes
outside
just
edge.
past him, Feroz.
Yes, I think there you go. The outswing and the bounce on offer takes the outside edge, but unfortunately the slip fielder wasn't wide enough. I think if there was the second slip placed, I'm sure it would have been an easy catch. Fortunately for Masood, he survives, and Cruz again some lovely carry off the wicket. He's bending his back. I think the moment he completes his action, doesn't try to push it, you get that outswing and that bounce going. Lovely line, lovely length. He's got his rhythm this time. Again, that bounce troubling Masood.
Cruz getting some good purchase off the wicket, getting some good bounce and troubling Masood, who's living dangerously out here.
It was pulled to good pace, climbed onto the batsman. This time again outside off stump, left alone. So far the 5 deliveries, apart from the 2 wides early in the over, has been right on the money. Again, batsman dropped it short, called for a single, but Dungaria wasn't interested. End of over number 3, 13 for no loss.
India 13 for no loss after 3 overs.
So Reed will continue. I think with the hot and humid conditions, we can expect the fast bowlers to bowl shorter spells. This time powerfully driven on the front foot. Dangaria, no chance of a single. Mid-on fielder runs across and cuts it off. No chance of a single. So Reed opts to bowl fuller, and Cruz is happier to bang it, bend his back, get the ball to rise. Cruz seems to be a bit of a hit the deck bowler, and Reed prefers to float it, get the batsman onto the front foot. So contrasting style. And the interesting thing to note and see is that Reed is the tall of the two, but he opts to bowl on the fuller length. Wide called on the pads, way outside leg stump.
Reed missing his target for the first time, who has had a good ball control so far in this innings.
This time beautifully played on the shorter length. Dangaria rocks on to the back foot, flays it past the point region. I think the contrast in pace also is evident. Reed the slow of the two, and he can't afford to bowl short on this wicket. Gives the batsman plenty of time to pierce the offside field. The partnership moving along nicely at 18.
Both Indian batsmen finding a good rhythm.
Much better delivery outside off stump. Dangaria is happy to leave it alone.
Dangaria seems to be finding his tempo, leaving one off the off stump. Very quick to pounce on the loose deliveries, Dangaria. Yet again drives it beautifully past the covers, dissecting those fielders is Dangaria.
Shot of the day on the front foot. Gets his third boundary. Wonderfully played. Outside off stump floated, and this time a lovely flourish. Pierces the offside field all along the ground. His third boundary. Dangaria. That should give him a lot of confidence. It's always nice to see the cover drive being played. End of over number 4. India 22 for no loss.
Mama Gajaman.
Don't worry about that.
Reed concluding an rather expensive over for South Africa. India on the happy side of that over.
So Cruz will continue his third over. Oh, this time batsman shuffled across. Gets a couple of runs. Would have been interesting had he missed. Took a couple of steps forward. Took it on the full. And Masood worked it towards the deep square leg region. I think Masood has realized that Cruz is getting into a good groove on the shorter side, and therefore Tried to make his own length. Took a couple of steps in front. And worked towards leg side. So India 24 for no loss. A good start. South Africa need an early wicket, but as far as proceedings are concerned, these two opening batsmen have started off strongly. Dangaria in particular, strong on the back foot, but he played a delightful cover drive in the previous over, all along the ground. Shot of the day so far.
Masood charging towards the bowler. Finds it a bit difficult to maneuver the ball as Cruz is adjusting his length when Masood charges him.
I think beautifully played on the front foot. Batsman. The fielder running behind the skipper Mario Solomons. Gets another two. I think that rushed on to the batsman, but Masood was equal to the task. Played with a straight bat all along the ground. A lovely push to fetch him two more runs. Good bit of cricket. Cruz bending his back, and Masood equal to the task. Plays with a straight bat, and in the process gets himself another two. A typical response by Cruz, called a wide, but fast bowler not happy or impressed with the fact that the batsman is walking towards him. Reminds him that he has the pink cherry. Bangs it short. Called a wide, but a bit of aggression by Cruz. This time batsman committed to the front foot. End of 5 overs. India 27 for no loss.
Top over, Dion. Outstanding.
Hoosa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
End of 5 overs, India progress into 27 for no loss. We are at the Senanayake Grounds, the 5th day's play of this IMC Over-50s World Cup. An important match for both South Africa, the Over-50s, and the Indian Over-50s. Both teams have had mixed fortunes. One remembers the game South Africa played last Friday. A brilliant game indeed. It was against Australia at the IMC Grounds. A tall scoring game. South Africa going on to make 264, and Australia chasing it down in the last delivery of the match. So IMC Over-50s World Cup happening here at the Senanayake Grounds. Picturesque grounds, beautiful conditions for cricket. The wicket very flat, dry, and a little bit of assistance to the bowlers. Two seamers in operation. And now bowling from the Torrington end. That delivery onto the pads. Dug it out. Reed. Tall, lanky figure, sporting number 23 on his t-shirt. He comes right above the wicket. A fuller delivery, almost half volley, and that had been driven. But the extra cover fielder comes around, picks it up, and no addition to the score. And we welcome Sham in the dais and say very good morning to you.
Good morning. Good morning to all our viewers as well. Catching the live action of this IMC Over-50s World Cup. Intense cricket being played.
Reid dropping his shot outside the off stump. Plenty of width for the batsman. And Dungaria probably would be ruined the fact. His eyes lit up as he moved across the stumps, had a slash at it. Didn't connect it though. And well, the conditions looking absolutely brilliant here. Dry outfield, lightning fast. Any shot and then you get it past the 30-yard circle, the ball will certainly run down to the boundary.
Good movement there of the wicket for Reid. Encouraging signs. It's been a tough tussle between both these sides. India
that's the best ball of the tournament.
Not lost any wicket. Batted quite well. Just misses the outside edge there of Dungaria. Dungaria has had a good tournament as well with the bat and ball in hand.
Well, if you're just tuning in, a very good morning to you. You're watching the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, bringing you live coverage of the IMC Over-50s World Cup. As we the 6th over coming to an end, India winning the toss, batting first, 27 for no loss.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD. ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂන් නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
So welcome back. The IMC Over-50s World Cup happening here. The 5th day's play. And 6 matches happening back to back. A total of 56 matches being played. So 27 runs have been scored in this match between India and South Africa, the Over-50s. India winning the toss. And in the first 36 deliveries have scored 27 runs. So they're going at quite a fair clip. And certainly making use of the conditions here. Anything with a little bit of loose and a little bit of width has been punished by the two Indian batters, Masood and Dungaria. And on the other hand, the South Africans also seeing a little bit of moisture in the wicket, the early dew, and certainly they are getting some movement off the wicket as well, and they'll be concentrating and on line and length to make sure that they keep things quiet as far as the two Indian batters are concerned.
They'd want to make early inroads. For sure. In the first hour, make most of the fresh conditions of the wicket. India on the hand, taking a more cautious approach. Smart cricket, making most of the loose deliveries.
So Cruz operating from the Vijayarama end. Right arm over the wicket. Comes in, speeds past the umpire. That's a length delivery on middle off, bringing Masood on the front foot, very tight on his defense. Bat and pad always very close together. Good technique. He has the full face of the bat on offering on most of the occasion, though the last delivery took the outside edge. The ball running down towards the third man region. And anything loose, anything with a little bit of width, both Masood and Dungaria looking to punish.
Again, just outside off stump. Dungaria is quick to get on the back foot and slash it outside off. Much welcome boundary for the Indians. Super stroke play there by Dungaria. Saw that ball just pitch short. Rocked on the back foot. Easy pickings.
Yeah, delightful shot indeed. Nothing much with that, nothing much wrong with the delivery. A length delivery. Only problem was it gave a little bit of width to the batsman. And on the back foot, not an easy shot to play. Moving across the stumps, covering the line well, and getting that head down. Well, now a bit behind the wickets. Cruz, the lone slip fielder, all going up in unison. It looked as if the ball went past the batsman, touched something, perhaps a thigh pad. And, well, it was a close call indeed for Dungaria, but no damage done. Total remains on 32. Final delivery of the 7th over coming up. Cruz, none for 19 so far. Bowling the final delivery of his 4th over. It's a good looking delivery on mid-line off and swinging away. And shoulders arms on that occasion. Taken in by the wicketkeeper. No addition to the score. 7 overs completed. India winning the toss. Batting first here at Senanayake Grounds. 32 for no loss. So Indians possessing a strong batting lineup. We saw that game against West Indies. They were chasing 164 to win. At one stage they were 54 for the loss of 4 wickets. And then came a brilliant partnership for the 5th wicket, propping them up and getting home very comfortably and finally winning the match in the 31st over, chasing down 165. So Cruz bowling on the trot, his 5th over.
On the legs, played comfortably by Masood. Both batsmen played themselves in now, facing just over 20 balls apiece.
But it's not Cruz, it's Reid who's bowling from the Torrington end, bowling his 4th over. None for 13 for him. Has been maintaining an impeccable line and length, keeping the ball up to the batsman.
Just drifted on the legs there, Reid. Masood is up to the task. Clips it on the leg side. 4 more runs added onto the board for India.
Brilliant anticipation by the batsman there. The ball pitched right onto his pads there, moving across and getting inside the line of that delivery, turning it off his pads, glancing it well, and connected it well, got his timing right, and the ball just speeding towards the square leg region for another boundary.
Yeah, Masood is definitely using the crease quite well. He's moving about his crease and not making things easy for Reid. Again, Reid not finding that line and length because Masood keeps moving about and doesn't make it easy for the bowler to pitch it in. Reid a little too wide on that occasion. Masood is creating a bit of doubt in the bowler's mind.
So Reid, last delivery, erring in line. And he comes now, much more tighter delivery on mid-line off, just outside the off stump. And taken in as a half volley. Masood not being able to get it to the gap though, playing it straight to the mid-off fielder. No addition to the score.
Three fielders patrolling the boundary for Reid. Again on just on leg stump, Masood clips it, finds the field this time.
So the South Africans employing a 5-4 field, 5 men on the offside. There's a 3rd man on the boundary line and a sweeper cover on the boundary line as well. A point, a mid-off, an extra cover. And also there's a short square leg and a deep square leg on the boundary line and a mid-on in the 30-yard circle. So no room for error for the batsman. They'll have to keep things very tight, bowl wicket to wicket. It's a strong offside field. Reid have conceded 18 runs, bowling the final delivery of his 4th over. Once again taken on the full, driven straight to the long on fielder and running with the shot. Good call in between the wickets. And both batsmen responding well. Now this is what is important. Call precisely, clearly, and take off with a good response as well. So 8 overs have been completed. India winning the toss, 38 for no loss.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and thepapare.com.
So Fakir Dungaria has moved to 17 of 23 deliveries and Masood 15 of 25. Both batsmen sitting down, taking a very good look at the conditions here, reading the wicket well. Well, the South African Over-50s have kept things tight. They have tried to make use of the conditions here, made full use of the early movement of the wicket, but they are yet to get a breakthrough.
Yeah, South Africa will be definitely gunning for a wicket here. They would want to put some pressure on India, because right now they seem to be quite comfortable and settling in quite well. South Africa, as we mentioned earlier, would want to make most of these early conditions at the DS Senanayake Grounds in Colombo. The outfield is currently the best friend of the batsman. Just needs to beat the inside fielders, and most certainly going to be making big runs.
So Indians are purchasing a strong batting lineup and going right down to the depth of their entire lineup. And Dungaria and Masood opening the batting. Quite a decent partnership. 39 on the board, 9th over in progress. They're going around 4.62 and over. 4.59, I beg your pardon. And at this rate, the projected score will be 207. But they'll be looking for much more than that. At 6.59, they should be able to get to 280. So that's what they'll be looking at. It's a small ground here at the Senanayake Grounds. Lightning fast. And the conditions brilliant for batting.
It definitely will be getting better for batting as well as the day progresses. Small ground, as you mentioned. Lightning fast outfield. 280, I would say, is a must.
Well, we have been fortunate to watch some fantastic cricket being played by this Over-50s side. 16 teams in the fray. And this is the 4th edition of this IMC Over-50s World Cup. All began in 2018 in South Africa. And then in 2020, the tournament was called off because of COVID. In 2018, it was Australia who defeated Pakistan in a cliffhanger by 3 runs. And then in 2020, as I was saying earlier, the tournament was abandoned. And in 2023, once again, it was held in Cape Town, South Africa. And that time, England winning by defeating South Africa, the hosts. And now here we see in Sri Lanka, 16 teams, and all of them have come. And the teams from South Africa, India, Australia, England, West Indies, Sri Lanka, UAE, New Zealand, Canada, Namibia, Wales, Pakistan, Zimbabwe, USA. As we see the 9th over coming to an end, India winning the toss, batting first, 40 for no loss. The manager of the Indian team and of course the players here in the pavilion must be quite pleased with the progress that India has made in this match. They got to 40 and maintaining quite a decent run rate, 4.44. 9 overs have been completed and the 2 openers intact in there in the middle. Dungaria and Masood both looking quite comfortable now. They got used to the conditions here now. Have read the wicket well. They've been very strong on the front foot, on both sides of the wicket, and even playing square on the off and the on side. Both batsmen up to it. Anything short, they dealt it severely, and anything short on the on side, there have been some delightful pull shots and find the boundary with ease. So Dungaria has got to 18 of 27 deliveries, and Masood 16 of 27. Current partnership 40 of 9 overs.
On the pads on that instance to Dungaria. Happy to glance it off to fine leg. Pick up a single. And that's also the first bowling change for South Africa.
So the 2 officiating umpires in the middle today. The head umpire Sarvan Kumar Venkatesan, and we have also JRW Vishwakula right now standing at the leg umpire's position. So South Africa persisting with this field option. 5 men on the offside, 4 on the onside. And keeping the ball up to the batsman, realizing anything a little fuller will be taken up as a half volley and driven, and anything short will be dispatched on either side of the wicket. The two batsmen looking very hungry out there and looking comfortable, settling down for a big score.
Big score definitely on the cards here at the Senanayake Grounds. Still some pushes for the fast bowlers off the wicket. Got some swing in the previous delivery. Masood quick to pick a single up.
So South Africa making their first change in the bowling from the Torrington end. And it's Tharat who has come in the 10th over. He has been bowling well within himself, keeping the ball up to the batsman, trying to get as much swing as possible, and also a little bit of assistance from the wicket as well. He has been bowling into the wicket. He realizes there are a little bit of help assistance available, a bit of swing, and a little bit of purchase of the wicket as well. And he has been able to move the ball and cause some sort of discomfort to the two batsmen.
For sure, just conceding 2 runs off his first over, Tharat. Finishes off strong, just a single. So 3 runs comes off Tharat's first over. At the end of 10 overs, India 43 for no loss.
Last over for drinks. After this over or at the follow-up?
Helmet, please. Gas.
So Rory Ingram leads the batting charts. He scored 205 in 3 innings with a top score of 102 runs. No surprise to see the Sri Lankan team successful. And we've got Giles Eccleston with an average of 181, top score of 109 not out. He's made 181 runs in 2 innings. Jason Oates for Zimbabwe, 171. Dungaria, out in the middle, is amongst the top 5 run getters. He's on 20 of 30 deliveries, and Masood, the opener, 17 of 30.
Let's take one in for drinks here, fellas. Last push here before drinks. Come on.
Bowling give it a good change. Go here. First sight of spin for the day. And umpires for the game, JRW Vishwakula from Sri Lanka and Sarvanakumar Venkatesan officiating out in the middle. On the shorter side, cracked past the point region towards the sweeper cover for a single. Well, I thought it was the off spinner the moment I saw the wicket keeper up to the wicket, but it is the gentle medium pace of G. Talib. So it's been a good start so far.
Yes, definitely. Feroz, India have settled in. Now the South Africans are in a spot of bother here. We'll have to do a bit more than what they've been doing in order to get a breakthrough.
Oh, you haven't. Too good, Gully. Too good.
Good cricket by
Well done, Wayne.
the Indians, playing with
Brilliant, Wayne. Brilliant.
an angle back towards
Top bowling, Gully.
The outfield seems to be really good as the ball just trickles away.
So what's been impressive is the batsmen have also looked for the quick single, rotate the strike, It's overall good cricket again. This time on the back foot. Dangaria cracks it past the extra cover fielder for a boundary.
Dangaria has settled in really well, Feroz. He's been picking really good shots off loose deliveries by the South Africans. This time around, rocking to the back foot, straight past that fielder.
Well, Dangaria has looked comfortable playing off the back foot. This time, not enough pace to trouble the batsman, giving Dangaria ample time to find the gap and find himself another boundary.
No!
Much better, but again, Dangaria on the front foot drives it. He's looking very confident, amongst the top 5 run getters. And again, good start from him. Good start for India.
Oh! Cheapers.
Very well bowled and deceived the batsman. Lucky for the batsman, he didn't lose his wicket there.
Oh, that miss.
Well, deceived the wicket keeper as well. This time moved away. The wicket keeper guilty of standing a little too early.
Oh, Gwilly.
Didn't
Keeping low here, boys. It's keeping low here.
Can hear the wicket keeper comment that the ball is keeping low. This time on the front foot, another quick single. Very good cricket. The Indian batsman quick to pounce on the singles on offer. And end of 11 overs, 51 for no loss. And we will take a small break. And the players out in the middle will also call in for drinks. We see the bowling. Ali Bukhari from Wales with 12 wickets. An impressive single-digit average of 9.67. The skipper of Wales, Yvonne Rees, with 10 wickets. And the Sri Lanka left-arm spinner, Pujita Udwana, with 8 scalps at an average of 8.75. And the South African, Wian Smith, we are yet to see him bowl. He's got 8 wickets at an average of 9.75 and a best bowling of 5 for 21. And Julian Ballinger from Wales with 8 wickets. So these are the top 5 wicket takers at the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025 at the halfway stage.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD. ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂන් නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Welcome back. The 12th over in progress. The fielders and the batsmen refreshed after that short water break. Absolutely important to keep yourself hydrated. It's hot and humid out there. And with back-to-back games, it's important that you look after yourself. Keep yourself hydrated. And back on live at the DS Senanayake College Grounds with India comfortably positioned at 51 for no loss. 12th over in progress. And the medium pacey Tharat bowling his second over. Starts off well after the break. Outside off stump. Beats the batsman Masood. Lucky that he didn't get the outside edge. This time beautifully played. Using his wrists. That ball was outside off stump. Masood rocked onto the front foot, used his wrists, caressed it over towards mid-wicket, all along the ground. Wonderful shot. Beautifully played. Knew where the gap was. And gets himself a boundary. Was comprehensively beaten the last delivery. But this time around, made the adjustment, got himself a boundary.
A loud appeal from the South Africans, but shaken away by the umpire.
Did take the outside edge, but the question is given. That's it. The doubt was whether the ball bounced before it was held by the wicket keeper. This should give a better angle. Yes, I think pitched in front of the batsman, took the outside edge, and the keeper made no mistake. So the first wicket goes. Masood departs for a well-compiled 23 of 34 deliveries. Tharat strikes. Much needed wicket for South Africa. And India lose their first wicket at 55 on the board. So Masood looked good, played a wonderful on drive all along the ground. The previous,
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network. So we're back live. Debutant walks on to the middle, and we have with us the assistant manager, Dr. Krishnan. So Krishnan, good start for India, but unfortunate to see the back of Masood, who looked good. So tell us a little bit about the debutant walking in at number 3.
This is Murugan, who just turned 50 yesterday and making his debut today, facing the first ball. All pitch delivery, driven straight to the mid-off region.
That's a lovely shot to start proceedings. That should give him some confidence. So you waited till he had his birthday.
We have to do that. earlier these guys couldn't play. They have to cross 50 in January before the game starts.
So Murugan has started off well on the front foot.
Massive echo.
Drives it to the mid-off region.
Massive echo. I can hear my own voice too.
So we are at DS Senanayake College grounds. We are having a conversation with the assistant manager, Dr. Krishnan. That kept low.
So Murugan hails from Kerala. He is a coach by occupation.
So we'll end of 12 overs, 55 for 1.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and thepapare.com.
So 13th over in progress. Krishnan, you were mentioning that he is a coach back in Kerala.
Yeah, Kerala is in south of India, almost similar to Sri Lanka, lots of coconut trees. And Murugan seems to be enjoying the local cuisines as they are all made from coconut. He had to wait all this time for the last 4 days. He was been a silent spectator, itching to play, and today he's got the chance, having celebrated his 50th birthday last night.
Bit of misfield. And the batsman, another 2, Dungaria, been amongst the runs. He's one of the top 5 batters in this IMC Over-50s World Cup.
He has started off where he left yesterday. He scored a beautiful 127, not out, and he's picked up his bat where he's left.
Lovely line,
and he's
Gully,
been
lovely line.
Really scoring. Some of these strokes today are wonderful to watch. He bowls left-arm spin as well, and he's been among the wickets.
So Dungaria, one of the key players for India, this time plays back towards mid-off region. No chance of a single. So we can safely say that Murugan is the baby of the side.
He looks baby as well. He's yet to grow his moustache at the age of 50. I was waiting whether he would grow by this morning, but he hasn't.
This time on the pads, work towards fine leg. That'll bring Murugan on strike, yet to get off the mark. But so far, the 3 deliveries he's faced has shown that he has the composure, the technique. Started off with some delightful drives on the front foot. Unfortunately for him, well hit.
Murugan takes his guard. Yet to face this bowler, though he's faced 3 balls of the other at the other end, hasn't made any score. Just short of length. Murugan taps it to the mid-off region and scrambles for a single. So Murugan has opened his account, and India are cruising at 59 for 1, having lost their first wicket of Sohail Masood.
This time on the pads, the wicketkeeper missed it. And some fancy footwork by the fine leg fielder. Wide called.
So 3 runs.
So 3 runs to the Indian total. Moves to 62 for the loss of 1 wicket. some light chatter out in the middle. South Africans have been chirpier from the get-go. This time on the front foot, driven, but there is ample protection. The skipper, Solomons, collects. End of 13 overs, India 62 for 1.
Look at this.
Ooh. The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
So tell us a little bit about the squad. How many players have come in for this World Cup, and how long has the preparations taken place?
We usually, almost every year we have some zonal matches. So India is divided into 5 zones: Central, Northeast, South and West. And then we have another team formed by the global Indians. So if you are born in India and still hold on to OCA card, be anywhere in the world, you can join the Global Patriots. So 6 teams. We have a 2 week of 2 groups playing each other, and then the finals. And this is absorbed by some of the selectors, and they pick the squad. Initial squad of 32 was picked. They were put through a grueling fitness, and it was cut down to 16 players, and they have traveled here. But during these 4 months, there have been intense training, mostly on fitness, to encounter the heat and humidity and how they would cope under stress. This was the strategy, and captain and the new coach Peter Wellings have done immense training and made sure the squad is ready for this tournament. And so far it looks good. Being the team doctor, I haven't had any encounters of any major issues so far, except our wicketkeeper had an incident of heat exhaustion in the second game. But other than that, they're all sailing through. So we prepared ourselves nicely, and from local knowledge and me being traveling here with the Somerset Over-50s last year, we knew the conditions. So we made sure hydration and rehydration programs are in place with electrolytes, protein supplements and minerals as well. So we have made good homework and made a good preparation. And touch wood, so far we have been sailing through without any major issues.
So Dungaria and Murugan stringing in partnership after that first wicket, where the score was 55. On the shorter side, powerfully pulled into the gap. That was marginally short. Dungaria rocked on to the back foot and pulled it towards the mid-wicket. He moves to 33. India at the end of 14 overs, 69 for 1.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So the 15th over will commence. We are yet to see spin being introduced.
I think there is a change in action. Talib has been taken off, and new bowler has setting his field. We will come to know his name shortly.
Well, the Asian teams have opted for spin, and I think we are going to see the first spinner being introduced by Solomons, the skipper of South Africa Over-50s, left arm spinner Nicely bowled, but equally well played by Murugan. Works it towards mid-wicket for a single and brings the left arm spinner Con into the attack.
Con seems to have a high arm action, well tossed up, it's a good rhythm.
A bit uppish. Very well bowled by Con.
So far the last two balls have been tossed up, making the batsman come forward and drive. This one was uppish and the captain himself has moved to that short cover region. But the bowler bowls a short ball which has been patted away to the gully region for a single, and Dungaria moves on to 34.
Good bit of running. Murugan was quick to respond. Played on the back foot. I think Dungaria seems to have a strong bottom hand and is quick to pounce on anything short. It will be good if South Africa can get him onto the front foot. He seems to be a stronger batsman on the back foot. Nevertheless, Murugan on the other end has moved to 5, worked 5 singles.
This is a well-tossed ball on the leg side, tapped away to the square leg region, and the batsman scrambled for a 2.
Again, brilliant running between the wickets. I think you mentioned about the fitness, and it's quite evident that this Indian over-50s side seems to be a fit team.
This practice, even in the nets, they were made to run 2s and 3s every 4th and 5th ball.
Beautifully played on the back foot, waited for that delivery, guides it past towards the vacant short third region. Beautifully played, just caressed it. End of 15 overs, 78 for 1.
Ball play 1 done.
Get ready for the International Masters League, where cricketing powerhouses collide. Who will rise to the occasion and claim the ultimate glory? Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
So welcome back to the Senanayake Grounds, the 5th day's play of this IMC Over-50s World Cup. 6 matches happening today as well, and the game here at the Senanayake Grounds is between India and South Africa. Both teams, as I mentioned earlier, mixed fortunes for them, but certainly we'll be looking to get off and post some good winning combinations as well. And with me is Krishnan, the manager of the Indian team, and well, he has been sharing some interesting comments about some of these Indian players, and we see about Murugan, who has just made his way into this Indian Over-50s side and looks a very accomplished batsman, and he seems very organized, very good in defense, lovely technique, and well, you also, I heard you mentioning that he's a cricket coach as well.
Yeah, come on, fellas, a good push, yeah.
And in the zonal matches he scored in a 50-over match at 200. There's a change in bowling, another right-arm off spinner bowls very short on the middle and leg, which is punched away to the mid-wicket region for another 4.
Yes, after the first wicket fell, a 27-run partnership has been put in for the second wicket between these two batsmen. Murugan, who joined Fakir Dungaria. Dungaria opened the batting for India, looking very accomplished. He had a good outing against the West Indies last week at the BRC grounds as well. Now today he has got to 40 of just 45 deliveries. Looks well set for a big score.
As I said, he's carried on from where he left. He scored 100 yesterday.
So Smith, the second spin option being used by the South African Over-50s. Bowled extremely well in their game against Australia. Sporting number 1. And bowling is gentle off spinners. Making use of the conditions here. Giving the ball plenty of air. Trying to get some purchase. There we see that ball arm delivery going through on that occasion. Good delivery, deceived the batsman. Tossed up delivery, the wrong one. And the batsman was playing for the off spin, the ball coming into him. And all of a sudden you saw him. And the next delivery, he has been wrapped in the pads. And Murugan has been given out by the umpire. Well, that was a straightish delivery on mid-land leg. Shape it to sweep it on the onside. Misses it completely. And South Africa has broken through. Smith picks up his first wicket. And India loses their second.
Smith has been cunning. He has varied his rhythm and speed. The previous ball bet the batsman, ball straightening off the pitch, and this one was tossed up and Murugan went for a wild sweep, got it on his pads. This was a bit faster than the previous delivery, and Murugan had no chance and walks back to the pavilion with a head held low, making just 10 runs. The next man to go in is Abhijit Ganguly, sporting a number 9 jersey. Abhijit Ganguly hails from Calcutta. There is no relationship with the Indian previous captain Ganguly whatsoever. Even though he hails from Calcutta, they are not related.
The Prince of Calcutta, Saurav Ganguly. Goodness me, the way Sri Lankans love him. Have been a fabulous cricketer. Captain India with distinction and enabling India to become a powerhouse in cricket in world today. Sumailswamy Murugan has been dismissed, the man who went in after the fall of the first wicket. And now India 2 wickets down. South Africa now employing 2 spinners from both ends. And from the Torrington end, it's once again back to the slow right arm off spinner to bowl his first over. Here comes again. This time once again a dangerous ploy by Ganguly. First delivery, that was a straightish delivery. Luckily he got some bat onto that. So Smith dangling the ball and tossing it up and inviting the batsmen to go for their shots. And there we see the 16th over coming to an end. India opting to bat first, having won the toss in the morning, 82 for 2.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
So Fakir Dungaria on 40, opening batting for India. He's still out there in the middle. 17th over in progress. And South Africa has broken through. They picked up 2 wickets in quick succession. 17th over in progress. As we see the next delivery outside the off stump. And Dungaria working that ball, using the pace of the delivery there, down towards the third band region. And wide of the third band fielder who gives chase, just pulls it inside the boundary line, just a couple of feet, and sends a return. And 2 runs nevertheless to the Indian Over-50s. Once again tossed up delivery on middle and off, and this time coming forward Dungaria, bat and pad very close together, pushing it, not much power on that shot, but just concentrating on timing. Couldn't get his placement right there. So Christian, what we see is the Indian cricketers, of course, I can see though they are over-50, they're very much fit, very much used to this type of conditions, and they seem to be enjoying their cricket, though it's stifling conditions here in Colombo.
I was explaining to the previous commentator that fitness has been the mainstream of this team. So they have worked quite immensely in the last 4 months, and they have been drilled through. They've been put through rigorous exercise program, fitness, and they have been overlooked by the captain and the coach. And
it's a very good ball.
Even in the nets, they have to run 2s and 3s every 4th or 5th ball if they face a bowler and this was made compulsory. I think those things have been thought through, and the main aim was to how do you survive in this hot and
Got some
humid
pressure
conditions.
here, fellas. Come on.
So this has been
some
completely
pressure.
thought through.
So there we are, viewers. We are listening to this special comments by the manager of the Indian Over-50s team, Krishnan. So those are very valid points indeed. These are not very young players in terms of age. They are over 50s, but they are playing brilliant cricket. Very strong, very fit, as you can see. As we see the 17th over coming to an end. India batting first, 89 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝඩිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Smith back in action, right arm over the wicket. Fakir to face, good length delivery, but tapped to the cover point. Single scramble through. Both Abhijit and Fakir are quick in between the wickets.
So the South African captain employing a 5-4 field, the 4 men on the offside, a point and extra cover, long off, and extra cover standing quite straight as well. As with the next delivery, turned off his pads down towards the onside, towards the short square leg region. A little bit of a misfield, allowing the batsman to get through for a single.
They were lucky there as the ball was just rolling down. They scrambled for a single. Pitch delivery treated with respect and put down to the cover region for a 4. Fakir Dungaria moves on to his late 40s.
Brilliant shot indeed, riding on this lovely form that he's enjoying, making a century, as you said yesterday, and there he is now, and he has got to his half century. So Fakir Dungaria opened the batting for the Indian Over-50s and has been the mainstay in their batting. Very good on the front foot and on the back foot, and he certainly has been playing his shots on both sides of the wicket. Anything short on the offside, anything short on the onside. He's been very strong, square of the wicket as well. A very competent batsman, reads the spin well, makes use of the conditions, and not afraid to use his feet as well. And he certainly has been a revelation as far as the Indian Over-50s is concerned. So Fakir Dungaria. He has posted his half century in this match as well against the strong South African bowling. Next delivery once again worked towards the point region, into the gap there. Smith dropping it slightly short outside the off stump, allowing the batsman to get behind it, push it to the gap and take off immediately. Good call in between the wickets, good understanding between these two batsmen. Ganguly has now moved to 3 off having faced 4 deliveries, and Dungaria 52 of 53. This time punching on the back foot but straight to the point fielder. There we see 18 overs have been completed in the Indian innings, winning the toss, batting first, 97 for 2. Today we have a game, Wales versus Australia in Bandaragam, Namibia versus New Zealand in Varisara, and Sri Lanka Lions versus Police at Air Force Grounds at Malana, Sri Lanka versus England at Coles, USA versus UAE at BRC Grounds, and well, South Africa versus India at Senanayake Grounds, and Canada versus Pakistan happening just adjacent to us in the Mercantile Cricket Grounds, and that is Canada versus Pakistan. So 6 games played back to back. A total of 56 matches, 14 teams in the fray, and well, England, Australia, Pakistan, India, New Zealand, Sri Lanka. All of them are in there. And in addition to that, we have Zimbabwe, USA, Wales, Namibia, Canada, UAE making up the 14. So it's great cricket that is being played by these over-50s cricketers representing 14 nations. And this is the 4th edition of this Over-50s World Cup being played by the IMC. It's called the IMC Over-50s World Cup.
Another bowling change. There's another off spinner who tosses up the ball, played on the front foot to the deep gully region, scrambled for a single. This is Tyron, right arm off spinner. Lovely action, tosses up, and though it was defended, but a single has been.
Yes, it's good cricket being played by the two Indian batsmen out there in the middle. Whenever there is an opportunity for a single, they'll be rotating strike and making sure they keep the scoreboard ticking as well. The 19th over in progress, 99 for the loss of 2. The current partnership is 17 of 15 deliveries. Once again, tossed up delivery by Tyrant, way outside the off stump. Not much spin on that occasion. Ball going through and just skidding through to the safe hands behind the stumps. Wicketkeeper collecting it. This time Tyrone getting some purchase off the wicket. Tossed up delivery on middle and off, just outside the off stump, spinning into Dungaria. Very competent, very sound in defense and very good in attack as well.
So India have put up 100 with a run rate of 5.3. This spinner is making the player think. He is tossing up the ball and asking questions of every ball.
Certainly right. 19 overs completed. India 100 for 2. Batting first here at the Senanayake Grounds. So if you watch the highlights of Dungaria's half century, very strong. Anything on full, he has been driving it and exquisitely on the offside as well as on the onside. Very strong on the on each side of the wicket as well. Square of the wicket. Anything dropped short outside the off stump. He has been moving onto the back foot. Lovely footwork as he pulls the ball on the onside, and then also he has been very strong on the offside as well. His half century has come in just 57 deliveries. Fakir Dungaria opening the batting for the Indian Over-50s have got to 53, and with him is Ganguly on 5.
Ganguly plays it down the third man region, the ball short of length and gets a boundary as there is no fielder. A little bit of background of Fakir Dungaria. He hails from Surat, but he's now settled in England, and earlier days he was considered to play for the England Over-50s, but then at that point of time India Over-50s wasn't formed. India Over-50s went unrepresented in the first World Cup in Australia, and then during the later days when we formed, we asked for Dungaria to join us, who took up the offer, and since then he has played in the last 2 World Cups as well as the Over-40s for India.
Well, that was a very close call. Dungaria on that occasion. Was it Ganguly who was shaping to sweep that ball, wrapped on the pad. It looked right in front. Perhaps the umpire saw something different, and the appeal was turned down. Smith had his hands on his head, and well, that was a very, very close call indeed for Ganguly. Survives. India survives Over-50s, and they have now moved to 105 for the loss of 2 wickets. 4 deliveries have been completed in the 20th over. The current partnership is 23 runs off 23 deliveries for the 3rd wicket. And Dungaria has got to 53, opening the batting. And Ganguly, coming after the fall of the 2nd wicket, has got to double figures. As we see, 1 more delivery left. Smith bowling well within himself, Gentle right arm off spinners, teasing tossed up deliveries, inviting the batsman to come on the front foot more or less, asking the questions, and certainly has been causing some sort of trouble to the batsman as well. As we see the over coming to an end, Smith's third over, 17 for 1, and in India's innings, 20 overs have been completed. India batting first, 105 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and thepapare.com.
In for us here, come on. Support THA, he's had a great first over. Beautiful. Such good flight and goal. Reminds me of a famous guy named
Continuing from the far end. Facing him is Ganguly, who is on 10. A little bit of background on the IMC Over-50s loss. There are 12 players from each team. 11 players can bat. 12th man can field and bowl. And on the field, they can have 11 players at a time. And each player should make sure they are on the field for 35 overs. With this hot and humid condition, they change every 5 overs. This one was a short delivery outside the off stump, put away to the deep point region for a well-deserved 4, and Ganguly goes on to 15. Sorry, that was Fakir Dungaria. India 110 for 2 at the middle of 21st over. A well-bowled delivery, teasing the batsman to come forward, beaten completely, well collected by the wicketkeeper.
The wickets really settled down now here at the Senanayake College grounds. Dungaria and Ganguly both looking quite settled now. Dungaria on 57 facing 61.
Just place off the hip for a single.
Brilliant. Get it. No, no, no. Well done, Gully. Very good, Gully. Good anticipation.
So IMC is played 45 overs on pink ball, and this is the 3rd edition of the World Cup played in Sri Lanka. The second one was curtailed due to COVID after 2.5 games, and this was in Cape Town, but the sponsors of Cape Town promised to continue with the sponsorship, and then it was held in 2023.
That look full and straight. Probably ambling down leg side, as indicated by the umpire there. Just angling down most likely. Seem to be pitching on leg. Yep. Just missing, or at least clipping. Lapse in communication there by the 2 Indian batsmen. No harm done, however. A single added to the board.
Smith seems to toss up the ball, and there's not much turn. Rather, it straightens up after pitching, and the batsmen are trying to play for the turn and get beaten. But when he drops short, they tap it and scramble for a single. So India 113 for 2, Dungaria on 59, and Ganguly on 12.
India will want to look to make the most of this positive start they've already made. Projected score of 235. They continue at this 5.22 rate. If they push to a 7.2, they'll make that 280, which we predicted at the start of the game. Small ground, fast outfield. I would suggest a 280 to be a more comfortable score to defend. Misfield there by Protea fielder. Brings us to the end of the 22nd over. India 114 for the last of 2.
This is going to be a big drinks break at the end of 22nd over.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD. ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂන් නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Get ready for the International Masters League, where cricketing powerhouses collide. Who will rise to the occasion and claim the ultimate glory? Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝඩිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 40. Husa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright.
Action taking place in Colombo in Sri Lanka. March Madness around the corner. Battle of the brothers. Sipatana Thurston. First encounter of the March Madness big match season. As we bring you live pictures here from the Senanayake College grounds. India 114 for the loss of 2 after the end of 22 overs. Tungaria taking the brunt of the scoring for India. Made 60 off 68. Ganguly well supported with a 12 off 15.
Tyrant off-spinner is happy to toss up the ball, slow the speed of the ball, but this one was flat delivery. Again played on the front foot by Fakir Dungaria. No runs so far in this over. 3 dot balls. Another short pitch delivery, and Dungaria lives to cut this to the deep gully region and scrambles for just a single. So talking about IMC, England were the winners of the last World Cup, and today they are facing Sri Lanka, the home team, which will be a good battle because Sri Lanka lost to England in the warm-up games. But they didn't play their full strength, but today will be a good matchup.
Definitely a good matchup. I believe Sri Lanka is leading the points table in Group A.
At the end of that over, India 117 for 2. Fakir Dungaria on 62 and Ganguly on 13.
Warm sunny day in Colombo. Blue skies. Quite nice to see some clear skies in Colombo.
Over-pitched delivery on the leg side, and Fakir Dungaria flicks it off his front toes to the fine leg region, where the square leg fielder has no chance to stop it and gets his well-deserved 4 after a long time.
A well-picked shot there by Dungaria. Loose delivery outside leg stump.
Fakir Dungaria used to play for Middlesex Over-50s, and last year he's moved on to Hertfordshire. This one on the offside goes back and chops it down to point region for another single.
Risk-free cricket by both Dungaria and Ganguly at this point. Look to capitalize on the loose deliveries while also making sure that they rotate the strike quite periodically.
Well tossed up delivery, and Ganguly comes on the front foot and defends it. No run.
Current partnership of 40 runs off 46. 6 off this over. Thus far, 2 to go. Smith quite happy to give the ball some air. Try to get some turn. Not much help from the wicket. It's played out quite flat. Always the case here at the Senanayake Grounds. The pitch generally seems to settle down. Beats the outside edge on this occasion. Brings us to the end of the 24th. A 1-2-3 for the loss of 2.
Come tight.
Comfortable going for India. We've got two set batsmen now. Ganguly providing good support to Dungaria. Well stopped there by squalid fielder. Stopped and eminent boundary. Oh, that was a catch indeed. There's a put down chance.
Another short delivery not capitalized by Fakir. Gets frustrated as he hits it straight to the short covers fielder, who I think has got it on his forehand, wincing in pain. But this one, same delivery, but Fakir Dungaria rocks back and smashes it to the cover boundary for 4. Fakir moves on to 71, and India are 128 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Dungaria wasn't going to let that pass. Missed out on an easy boundary the previous delivery. Not too different of a delivery the second off. But the result, Dungaria made sure, is different. Picks up a much welcome boundary. Two to go in this 25th over, 5 off it. Shot outside of protection in the deep for Tiran there. Just a single brings Ganguly back on strike. Partnership 3 runs short of 50. Played defensively to end the 25th. India 2 down for 129 runs.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 74 21 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Back here at the Senanayake Grounds, India are 129 for 2 at the end of 25th over. Fakir feeling the heat. He's got 100 yesterday and he's batted today, and hopefully the heat doesn't take much of his toll. Hopefully he'll get on to make a back-to-back 100. Hope it's not the commentator's curse as well. Change in end for the left arm Khan, who bowled in the other end, has been brought on this side, and again a short ball fended off to point region for Fakir to scramble for a single. Ganguly's favourite go-to shot, which he plays it beautifully, sweeps into the fine leg boundary for a 4, where it was misfielded actually. The fielder covering a long distance let it go through between his legs. This one outside the off stump, and again cut back to the point region and scrambles for 2. India move on to 136. Similar sort of delivery, but this time so far 7 runs in this over, and the last ball to come through a full flighted delivery, tap down to the mid-off region, and a single has been stolen, which takes Ganguly on to 22, and India 137 for 2. So these two have put up 55 runs in the last 61 balls, almost scoring a run and a ball, and they are quick between the wickets, scrambling singles at ease. South Africa are struggling in the heat. They have made quick changes with the bowlers so that they can be rested in between the overs, but still pitch is not helping much. They have to depend on the batsmen making some mistake, some rash shots to get their wicket so far. The first wicket going caught behind outside the off-stump delivery, which could have been left, but Masood put his bat down to get an edge, and the second one, Morgan played a wild shot after scoring a 4 and was declared LBW. So far we have seen the South African bowlers have been very inconsistent in line and length. No two balls have been in the same place or same trajectory. They have tried to vary it, but since there's no aid from the pitch, they are trying quite a few things, but it's not helping them.
Come back, let's come, keep working hard.
This one was outside the off stump, tossed up delivery, but Ganguly rocks back and chops it to the third-man region and scrambles for 2. South Africans were the semi-finalists who played against England in Cape Town. They put up a good fight against England, but England proved worthy and were the cup winners last time around.
No!
This ball kicked off from a good length, and Ganguly was surprised by the amount of bounce. Got it high on the bat. Played with soft hands to drop the ball just in front of his foot. This one was dropped short, played on the back foot to mid-wicket, short mid-wicket region, no run.
End of the 27th over, it's 144 for 2.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning.
Wow. I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
Bowler number 13.
So scorecard reads Masood caught lines, bowled Tarrant 23, Fakir Dangaria not out on 73 of 82 balls, Murugan LBW Smith for 9, and Abhijit Ganguly not out 24 of 30 balls. India for 144 for 2 with 15 sundries. There's a change in bowling action. Spinners have been taken off, and fast bowler Russell is back in action. A short pitch outside the off stump, rocked back and fended towards deep gully region. There's no fielder there, no protection, and four. And now they have covered it with a deepish gully. This one on the leg side played off his hips for a single, so 5 already of the first 2 balls in this over. India 149 for 2.
Dangaria rotating the strike right off the boundary, which brings Ganguly to face Russell for the first time. Into the pads, deflected very well for another boundary. Russell being taken to the cleaners here early up in his spell. 9 of his initial 3 deliveries. Hopefully he is looking to take a comeback. Very well defended and very well bowled.
Better delivery from Russell, pitched up, and Ganguly comes forward and defends it. This one another short ball outside the off stump, and Ganguly chops it to the deep cover point region, and they walk across for a single.
A good rotation of strike. The final delivery of Russell's initial over. India steady at 154 for 2. A wide ball that kept low and it trickles down. A bit of fancy footwork saves the boundary for South Africa. He will have to bowl that one again as it is deemed a wide. 3 runs off that ball. Kept really low. This time bowled in line with the stumps. End of the 28th over, it's 158 for 2.
Witness the thrill of the big match season, where school pride is on the line and every run counts. Watch as heroes rise and legends are born. The big match season, live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
Previous over turned out to be very costly, and with a wide, it was 15 runs of the previous over. India or 158 for 2, with 5.6 run rate and a projected score of 282.
Come back, come boys, it's left to cars. No, waiting.
Tyron back in action. Full flighted delivery defended to the cover, short cover region, and another one just short of length and played back up is short, but no fielder in the vicinity, and mid-off cuts it down, a single taken. Tyron drops it very short. The ball doesn't sit nicely, but Ganguly is very strong on his leg side, makes no mistake, and clobbers it for a 4.
Ganguly pouncing on the bad delivery from Tyron, whips it to the boundary. One bounce and 4.
Ganguly moves on to 33 of 34.
A bit indecisive there, Ganguly. India will now try to accelerate their innings and play a few more shots just like that. Ball is for 1, but good running has brought them 2. Brilliantly run between the wickets.
Come back, come balls.
India very much on top at the moment at the Senanayake College grounds. End of the 29th, India 165 for 2.
Get ready for the International Masters League, where cricketing powerhouses collide. Who will rise to the occasion and claim the ultimate glory? Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
Russell is brought back, even though he leaked 15 runs. The captain has more faith in him, and he's ready to bowl. The next over facing him will be Fakir Dungaria, who's on 80. Short of length, which came up, and Fakir Dungaria makes no mistake in putting it away to the fine leg boundary. He moves on to 84. Next one, over pitch delivery on the offside, and Fakir
Come back, come boys. Left it.
plays it to the third region. It's a single move on 85.
Come, Russell, come, Russ.
Now Ganguly to face off Russell, who's in a spot of bother here. Yet again,
This is a wide ball again.
misses his mark and bowls a wide. The Indians are attacking Russell and getting the better of him so far.
Short ball rocks back and punches it to the cover boundary. Upish drive over the short cover fielder, and Ganguly gets a well and 4. He moves on to 39.
Come, Rossi, come, Ross.
Over the course of the last few overs, Indians have accelerated and scored a lot of boundaries, hoping to run away in this game now. Attacking every ball bowled at them, and yet again back-to-back boundaries for Ganguly.
It's raining force at Senanayake Stadium. India are 179 for 2. Russell is leaking runs. He gave away 15 in the last
Come,
over.
boys, come, Buggers.
And this over is already given away 3/4 of a single.
Fortunately for Russell, Ganguly misses that low full toss.
Hey!
Hold it. Ganguly goes back foot to chop the ball, misses it completely, and his off stump is uprooted. He is bowled by Russell. It looks like as if he's chopped onto the off stump.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂන් නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
So welcome back to the DS College Cricket Grounds, and good afternoon to all our viewers, and good afternoon to Ashley as well.
Thank you, Feroz Ahmed with me, and a very good afternoon to you and all our viewers. Yes, India winning the toss here at Senanayake Grounds. The IMC Over-50s World Cup happening here. The 5th day's play. 6 matches being played back to back. A total of 56 matches. And India locking horns with the West Indian, or I beg your pardon, South African Over-50s. Winning the toss, electing to bat first, have progressed to 179 for 3.
Dangaria following up from where he left. He scored a brilliant 127 runs yesterday. And here he is on 85. Well made, well compiled innings, eyeing his second century on the trot.
Lanzi!
Quick single.
Yes, very quick single indeed. Good calling between the wickets. Good understanding by both the batsmen. And Vinayak has just walked into the field after the fall of that 3rd wicket. Yet to open his account. Vinayak Samant.
Well, some good stamina and fitness shown by Dangaria. It's not easy out there in the middle. Scored 127 runs. Here he is. Delicately played towards the short 3rd man region. Vinayak is off the mark. The run rate at a healthy 6 runs per over. We've got 86 deliveries left.
Well, you're certainly right. Energy sapping conditions here in Colombo. The sun beating down on the players. Hardly a breeze. You can see all the trees around the ground. And, well, the players making use of the conditions here, though. Quite comfortable out there, the 2 Indian batsmen. And we were talking earlier, Krishnan, their manager, and he was saying the amount of work they have done to make sure the players maintain their conditions. As we see the 31st over being completed, India 183 for 3.
So the projected score, if India continues in the same vein, can get to 280. Just 14 overs left, 84 deliveries more. I'm sure India will look to get to that psychological 300-run mark. They've got the base, they've got the foundation to push on, and there's plenty of runs on offer in this wonderful Senanayake College cricket grounds.
You're certainly right. The feature of the inning, that is a close call. The 2 batsmen taking a chance on that occasion, working that ball towards the point fielder. Well, standing only about 20 yards away, send the return quickly in. The wicketkeeper taking the bails off, but the batsman has got in comfortably. Good bit of fielding. Touch and go, and the feature of the Indian batsmen have been their calling and also the running between the wickets, which has been impeccable.
So the left arm spin con will continue. Dangaria on strike, or plays a flamboyant shot, parked on the back foot, tried to flay it over the extra cover, fortunately missed out. A bit of turn, this time much better, rocked onto the back foot and just resorted to tying the ball on that occasion. Single, gets Vinayak on strike. Dangaria 88 off 96.
And you see a bit of turn on offer, especially if you're willing to toss it up, get the revolutions in.
Well, you're certainly right. It's a teasing line that is being bowled by Con Purchase, and he certainly is getting some purchase from the wicket as well. A little bit of drift as he tosses the ball up and making use of the conditions here. And certainly there were a couple of occasions the batsman was playing and missing there. As we see the 32nd over coming to an end, India winning the toss, 186 for 3, the current run rate 5.81.
Absolutely.
So 2 decent overs by the South African Over-50s team, especially with Abhijit Ganguly departing. He was the aggressor, played some wonderful shots, and with his dismissal, Vinayak still trying to get to grips with the pace on the wicket. And as you speak, we have a quick single being taken. Smart cricket. Dangaria showing no signs of tiring.
You're certainly right, Fakir Dangaria. 88 of 97 deliveries. Open the batting for the Indian Over-50s. And looking a picture of elegance, making use of the crease on the front and on the back foot as well. And on that occasion, going right down and using the depth of the crease there, opening the face of the bat. And the feature of the innings has been that how he has been able to manipulate the bowlers in terms of using their pace and run the ball down, particularly towards the third man and the point region.
Absolutely, I think that's been the feature of this innings so far. He's very strong on the back foot and capitalizes on his strength. The more aggressive shots have been played on the back foot. And on the front foot, he's comfortable to work the singles, rotate the strike, playing to his strength.
And there we see a smashing shot on the onside. The batsman on that occasion, Vinayak, going down on his knees, connecting that ball on midland leg and picking it up with ease. A lot of bottom hand on that occasion, clearing the mid-wicket boundary and into the stands for 6 runs.
Wonderful hit, the slog sweep. I think Vinayak has come with purpose. He knows that he needs to take the chances. This time delicately played towards the fine leg region. Gets a couple. I think overall very good batting. Vinayak, they're playing aggressively, but in the meantime working the gaps, getting the odd 2s and 3s and ensuring that the run rate, the runs keep ticking.
Absolutely. And taking on the fielders as well. Anything hit beyond the 30-yard, even if it goes straight to the fielder, the running has been good. They've been calling well and then going for the second as well. And realizing it's going to be difficult for the fieldsman from the boundary line to send the ball quickly in. As we see the 33rd over coming to an end. India 197 for 3.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD. ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂන් නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusal Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Get ready for the International Masters League, where cricketing powerhouses collide. Who will rise to the occasion and claim the ultimate glory? Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and the...
Look at this. The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning.
Wow. I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝඩිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
So welcome back to the Senanayake Grounds, the match between India Over-50s and the South African Over-50s. A brief stop, allowing the players to cool themselves with a sip of water. And now play about to resume again, the 34th over coming up. And it's going to be Smith, no, it's going to be Con Purchase from the Torrington end.
Dangaria on 91. Will it be nervous 90s or will he just continue in his merry ways, get to that 100 fast? Vinayak on the other hand has shown a lot of aggression. Starts off, takes the ball on the full, plays it towards deep mid wicket. Vinayak seems to have a very strong bottom hand. Not afraid to play that slog sweep. So far, he's looked good.
Certainly right. Anything up to him and anything short of length, he has been batting quite confidently and very comfortable against both spin on this occasion. Two spinners operating from both ends, from Vijayarama end and the Torrington end. Con Purchase.
That went on with the arm. Loud appeal. Umpire wasn't interested. Lovely shot. There's all along the ground, but straight to the fielder. That shot deserved more. Nevertheless, 3 tight deliveries, just 1 run given so far. Follows it up well. This has been a good over. He's creating that pressure. And Dangaria on 91. A lot of chatter out in the middle. I think from Con's perspective, he needs to follow up with 2 good deliveries. There's something happening out there.
Stamp tosses it up and taken on the full. Swept off his pads, but he misses it completely. Shaping to play that ball on the onside. That ball should have been dispatched to the boundary, but it was not to be. And this is what this game is all about. Unbelievable, Feroz. Batter who's seated the ball the size of a football, a tossed up delivery, and he misses it, and he has been castled.
And those 3 tight deliveries, he was unsettling the batsman, and we called for an event to happen, but he followed up with a very poor delivery, a full toss. But unfortunately for Fakar Dangaria, he hit it straight towards deep square leg. A wonderful innings comes to an end. Dangaria is out for 91. The nervous 90s, a bit of uncertainty in the last few deliveries he faced. And a full toss has accounted for his dismissal.
Well, you're certainly right. We didn't read the dismissal properly from here in the commentator's box. It looked as if he was bowled, but it was not. It was a fuller delivery, and he went down on his knees and swept it, got a top edge, and he was caught at square leg. A sitter hitting it down the throat of the square leg fielder. It was just lobbed into the square leg fielder's hands, and that was very, very unfortunate indeed. He's got 100 yesterday and has been very much in the runs, and certainly looked good for another big score today. He got 91, but certainly the 100 was just staring in front of him.
Witness the thrill of the big match season, where school pride is on the line and every run counts. Watch as heroes rise and legends are born. The big match season, live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
That brings Rodney Charles out into the middle. And I think with those two innings of Dangaria, I think he's surpassed Ingram, who was the leading run getter, who's yet to be dismissed. Scored over a little over 200 runs. Ingram representing Sri Lanka. And that's the end of a very good over for South Africa Over-50s. Con completes his fifth, captures the all-important wicket of Dangaria. India at the end of 34 overs, 199 for 4.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Well, the glorious uncertainties of this game very much in evident. And Fakir Dangaria getting to 91 in even time and batting beautifully. All of a sudden deceived by a fuller delivery, a full toss, which dipped on him as he went for that sweep shot and being caught down at the square leg. Well, it can change the complexion of the game as well. Here now, South Africa Over-50s will probably think a wicket or two here, and they can get back onto this game very strongly.
Absolutely. I think last 4 overs in particular has been very good for South Africa. They've somewhat managed to stifle the free flowing of runs and in the process bring about some sort of balance. At one point India was cruising, and poor bit of fielding out at deep square leg. Some tired legs out in the middle. Vinayak continues playing his favorite shot, the sweep. Just a gentle pat, and the fast outfield did the rest, and the fielder overran on that occasion, couldn't collect it cleanly. Just as the pressure was building, a little bit of indiscipline. These are what matters, I think. When the pressure is created, the fielders need to back your bowlers.
Come bien!
You're certainly right. 3 deliveries have been bowled already in the 35th over. 5 runs have been scored, and certainly the Indians Over-50s will be looking for runs now. This is a 45 over game, mind you, and this is a 35th over about to be completed. 3 deliveries left, and the spread, the field very well spread on the off and on the onside, as Smith once again gives the ball plenty of air. Ball pitching on midland leg, sweeping it on this occasion. Vinayak connects it well, but straight to the square leg fielder on the boundary line. Picks it up, sends a return, but not before the 2 batsmen has crossed over. So plenty of runs on the offering, and the 2 Indian batsmen will be well advised. If you can beat the infield, get the ball into the gap. The outfield is lightning speed, And anything without any cover or fielder behind it will run down to the boundary.
It's well bowled by Smith. Just went on with the arm. No turn. And the batsman completely misread. This time again, but played on the up. Towards the offside. The batsman. Quick run. No chance of taking 2 runs on that occasion. End of 35 overs. India 206 for 4.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinner's Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Come boys, come boys.
So after the set, batsman making his way to the pavilion. India now trying to settle the ship once more. 35 overs in, 206 runs for the loss of 4. Fakir Dungaria, the last wicket to fall after a well-compiled 91 runs. Unfortunately misses out on the 3 figures. Charles, the centurion from yesterday for India, would want to be amongst the runs today as well. Continue his good form. Take India to a commanding position as well, as we see Vinayak play a handsome stroke on the back foot, punches it on the offside for yet another boundary. 5 runs off this over so far. Rocks on the back foot, beautiful shot there. India at this rate would make that 269 run mark. .280 was our Combox prediction in the morning to be a competitive
Come boys, come
score.
buggers.
Good shot again there.
Straight off his front foot there, Vinayak. Brilliant execution. Read the length of the ball really well. And pounced on it. Purchase a bit expensive this over.
Now, come.
India surely will be looking forward to make that 280 run mark. Hopefully much more than that.
Yeah, given the start that India has been able to get, they would want to push at the 300. They do have wickets in hand. India bat deep as well. We come to the end of the 36th over. India 218 runs for the loss of 4.
Kom Vian. Vian, draai om.
Current partnership 20 runs of 13 deliveries. Quite a young one.
Vinayak 29 runs off just 16 balls. Troubling the South African bowlers.
Vinayak would want to continue at the pace as he's been operating in until Charles plays himself in. Even though he comes in with good form, he's still going to get his eye into the game today.
Very well guided to the leg side and trickles his way for a single. Charles on strike now against Smith.
Tossed up. Driven by Rodney Charles. Confidence brimming. You can say by his stroke play that he is bringing his good form from yesterday to today's game as well. Not afraid to get to the pitch of the ball and drive it straight past. On the leg side this time. Swept fine. Picks up a boundary. So Vinaya cooperating in the fashion that he has continued to.
The South African bowlers in the past 30 minutes have been releasing a lot of pressure they implied in the earlier stages. A lot of loose deliveries, and the Indians capitalizing on that.
Yeah, the heat most likely getting to these players out there. It's a warm sunny day here in Colombo.
Surely getting the better of the South African fielders. It again trickled away to fine leg.
Current run rate, a breezy 6.14 and over.
Partnership of 27 runs off just 17 balls, and this time much better by the South African bowler. They need to start accumulating those dot balls again to apply pressure on the Indians, who's been finding it rather easy. Straight to the mid-off fielder, and it's the end of the 37th over. India 226 for 4.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
th 38th over in operation, and Rodney Charles starts the over quite well. Another boundary. So India operating in boundaries at the moment. Quite expensive overs for South Africa. Loose bowling, and India up to the task of making the most of those. It's been sensible batting, risk-free batting. Again, well played all around the ground to deep mid-wicket.
Cover, cover,
To
cover!
exchange lease.
Indians have batted really smartly, kept the ball along the ground, and even when they slogged, they have slogged to the gaps. That's on purchase. Oh, missed it completely, the Indian batsman. Questionable.
Superb, superb. Well done. Come on, boys. Come on, buggers.
Another quick single added to the board for India.
Quick single take. Louder tail and given by the
ස්කූල් එකේ youth එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් the pop
සිහය ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Witness the thrill of the big match season, where school pride is on the line and every run counts. Watch as heroes rise and legends are born. The big match season, live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
Back with live action from the DS Senanayake College cricket grounds here in Maitland Crescent. Beautiful day for cricket. Probably to watch, maybe not to play. Quite glad to be in the shade here in the comm box. Zapping day. Not much cloud cover. Blue skies. Be absolutely brilliant to crack a cool one up and enjoy some very, very good cricket being played by these two sides, India and South Africa. India on a 235 for 5. 30 in their 39th over that's proceeding right now. Ravindra Bandari joins Vinayak in the crease after the loss of the wicket of Rodney Charles. Charles looked good while he was at the crease, but now a lot would depend on Vinayak to take this side onto a comfortable total. He's faced 22 balls for his well compiled 38. Quick fire. Swept on to the leg side. Batsman cross in the middle. Bandari, a quite capable batsman himself. As we've kept mentioning, India do bat deep. Two runs and a wicket off the first 4 deliveries of Smith. We're going to end strong. The pads, wraps the pads on that occasion. Smith. Umpire says it would be drifting down the leg. Just coming in with the angle, not much turn. We haven't seen much turn the entire day today. Driven beautifully, finds the gap, pierces the field. Bandari joins in on the action at the end of the 39th over. India 241 for the loss of 5. Vinayak comes in front of the crease. Another boundary. Vinayak moves on to 43 of 24. Brilliant batting by Vinayak. Got to the pitch of the ball quite early. Saw it being lofted in the air and quick to the pitch of the ball.
Some handy quick fire runs for Team India by Vinayak.
Again.
Dancing down the track but straight to the field at mid-wicket.
Vinayak has been comfortable to come off out of the crease. Both deliveries. Purchase. Dropping it short. Takes the pad of Vinayak. Leg buys. A run added to the score.
Now Ravindra Bandari to face Corn Purchase. Deflects it to the left, to the leg side, and also so for easy single. Doing the smart decision of handing the strike over back to Vinayak, who's absolutely on fire here. Just 43 runs off 26 balls. Good strike rotation by the batters in the middle. Approaching the final delivery of the over. Very well bowled, and almost a chance for South Africa. At the end of 40, India 248 for the loss of 5.
So 40 overs of the Indian Over-50s innings have been completed. 248 for 5. 2 men in the middle. Vinayak on 44 of 27 deliveries, using the long handle to good effect. He has been going after the bowling, and Bandari giving him good support as well. Once again hammers that down towards the long on region, picks up Nicola Fode's cover on this occasion. On purchase operating from the Vijayarama end has given away 38 runs into his 8th over. Had a superb spell when he bowled against the Australians. In fact, he caused a lot of problems with the Australians and brought the match back to even keel when they were running away with the game. And then the latter part of the South African bowling, well, they exhausted all their resources, and Australia getting through quite comfortably to win that match in a tall scoring game.
A quick single, not collected cleanly, and in the process Bandari, the left-handed batsman, brings Vinayak on strike. Vinayak's productive shot has been the slog sweep. Not afraid to... there we see some innovation. The reverse sweep employed for the first time in this innings. Gets himself a boundary. Very innovative, very effective. Vinayak moves on to 49.
Absolutely. Perfect anticipation. The switch hit coming into play as he quickly changed and pushed that ball, just dabbed it more or less, and got it past the short squalling fielder down to the boundary line.
Oh, again the wicketkeeper anticipated, moved too much, took the glove and went towards where the wicketkeeper would have ideally been. The wicketkeeper anticipated the shot, bit of turn and bounce, got the glove and went towards that vacant region behind the wicket, gets a boundary, gets to his half century. Very well played by Vinayak. Quick fire 50. Just faced 30 deliveries for his 53.
Absolutely. Back-to-back boundaries for him, and waits for the next delivery, and this time tossed up on midline leg, sweeps it well.
Good, Craigie, good, Craig.
And connected it well, but straight to the deep mid-wicket fielder. So good cricket all around. Testing the batsman on that occasion with the tossed-up delivery, and the batsman taking the challenge, going down on his knees, sweeping it, connected it well, got his timing right, and a good bit of fielding on the boundary line there by the South African Over-50s. Collected it well, sent the return quickly, and restricting the scoring only to a single.
This time beautifully played. Is it a 6? Yes. Over the long off fielder. Bandari moves to 13 with that hit. End of 41 overs, 266 for 5.
There we see that is Vinayak's quick fire half century. He's on 54 not out, 8 boundaries, beautiful shots. His most productive shot was that slug sweep using a lot of bottom hand, and some innovative shots as well. Paddles, that was a shot and a half with the inside out cover drive. A wonderful innings, Vinayak. And we do have purchase continuing from the Torrington end.
From the Torrington end. So he has managed to keep the batsman a little quiet, but the last few overs he has gone for runs. He has so far conceded 54, and this time, once again, erring on his length and line. A fuller delivery on the leg stump, and Vinayak down on his knees, swimming it well, and into the boundary it goes through square leg.
Beautifully played, rolling his wrists, finding that gap. It's bread and butter for Vinayak. That's his most productive shot. Always a difficult shot for a bowler, a spinner in particular. Spinners don't generally like batsmen who sweep and sweep effectively. This time outside off stump, plays on the front foot, a cover drive towards the sweeper cover region, single.
With the stifling heat and the conditions taking a toll on the South African Over-50s now. Drooping shoulders, you could see that most of the fielders, even on the boundary line, hardly doing a walk-up. As we see the next delivery, hit in the air. That was a tossed-up delivery on mid-line off, and the batsman shaped it to pull it. And well, he did play the shot, but got a top pitch, and the ball just ballooning in the air towards mid-wicket, and has been caught very comfortably. Australia, beg your pardon, India getting the teams mixed up here. India losing their 6th wicket, 271 for 6.
Purchase coming round the wicket, and that occasion, ball went on with his arm. Left-hander tried to hoik it over deep mid-wicket, toppish edge, and Bandari leaves the field. Made a quick 13 off 9 deliveries with one hit over the ropes. Tried to follow it up, but unfortunately departs, and South Africa break the 6th wicket partnership. A quick 36 of 20 deliveries. That particular partnership did what was required for the India Over-50s, and we have drinks being brought into the middle. You need to keep yourself fresh. It's hot out there, not easy conditions, especially when you are playing back-to-back games. But so far, both teams showing good levels of fitness.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and thepapare.com.
So both the batsmen, the fielders, the bowlers tested to the maximum here. The endurance levels, their commitment to the game, and they want to fight it out, battle it out in the middle there. This is excellent cricket that is being played by both the South African and the Indian Over-50s. And the last occasion on purchase, that was quicker delivery on mid-land leg. The batsman getting inside the line of the delivery, trying to put it down towards the onside. And the bail's taken off from behind. An appeal made as well. Umpire unmoved. No damage done.
Very well run, Vinayak. He's been out there in the middle, but a quick two. Khan has walked in. The number 8 batsman. I think that's been the feature of the game. The running between the wickets has been very good. The next delivery, wonderfully played by Khan. An inside-out covered drive. Just walked in, but shows his class. Lovely hit. All along the ground, inside out, towards the extra cover region. The outfield did the rest. I think actually the South Africans shouldn't be overly upset. It's in fact a very good total, 277, but there's plenty of runs available. So in the 42 overs, 277 for 6.
Mama Gajaman.
Well, you're certainly right. The South African over-50s will not be that worried about the scoreboard at the moment, because they realize the conditions when they come into bat will be even more better for the batsman. The wicket has completely eased up now, and the ball is coming through very easily at quite a predictable pace and a bounce as well. So all what the batsman will be required to do is to set themselves and then build up an innings and a partnership and bat in tandem. Make sure that they rotate the strike, keep the scoreboard moving, and the runs will come with this fast outfield and yawning gaps on both sides of the wicket.
Absolutely. I think once you hit the gap, you pierce the infield, there's no stopping. And as you correctly mentioned, the wicket has eased. Batting second will be a lot easier. And what you need is a couple of batsmen to get the starts and convert into a big innings. Because if you look at the Indian batting, you've got one batsman who scored big, who scored 91, and the rest have chipped in. And if South Africa also can have that one anchor batsman and the rest to play around, this can be chased.
You are certainly right. Vinayak right now holding the innings together as far as the latter part of the Indian innings is concerned. He has got to 59 off just 33 deliveries. A very quick fire innings by him. And here he is facing the next delivery. Once again opens the face of the bat. Ball pitching on middle and off. And picking up a single, rotating strike. Well, you're certainly right. We are down to the last 3 overs of this innings now. And, well, the Indians will be looking for at least another 20-25 runs to get close to 300 if possible.
So the opening fast bowler Cruz being brought into the attack.
How was that one, sir?
Of an appeal. That's a 50-50 appeal. You are not sure whether it hit the pad first or the bat. Not an easy task if you're the umpire. Certainly worth a shout.
Worth a shout and a close call as well as we watch the replays. And it looked like pad first. And maybe hit outside the line. That saved the batsman, and this time walks inside the line of the bat, inside the line of the delivery more or less. And paddle sweeps it well, connects it well, through fine leg to the boundary.
What a shot by Vinayak. Walks across, just helps it over the short fine leg fielder. Was brought in. Well, I'm sure Vinayak was born in an era where reverse sweep and those paddles were not welcomed. But here he is, showing his repertoire. This time gives himself room. Plays it onto the offside. So, good bit of cricket. The previous delivery he walked across, paddled it outside off stump. This time, gives himself room. So, good bit of footwork, playing with the bowler. And so far, he's come out good.
Cruz with ball in hand. This time, good length delivery. Just outside the off stump. A hint of shape there. Moving away from the right hander. Goes for the big swing. Hardly any footwork. Just swings across the line there. Doesn't connect. And goes perilously past the outside edge to the wicketkeeper's gloves. No addition to the score. Final delivery of the 43rd over coming up. This time dabs it down towards the point region. The return comes quickly from the point fielder. A direct hit. The batsman well home. No damage done. 43 overs have been completed. India batting first, having won the toss in the morning. 285 for 6.
Get ready for the International Masters League, where cricketing powerhouses collide. Who will rise to the occasion and claim the ultimate glory? Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
Well, plenty of cricket. Yesterday we had the national teams of Australia and Sri Lanka battling it out at the Kettarama International Stadium. And well, what a performance it was from the Sri Lankans. And posting a score of 270 plus and then bowling out Australia. First time ever for their lowest score in the ODIs against an Asian country. Being bowled out for 107 runs in just 24.3 deliveries.
Come Gulsi, come Gulsi.
So back to the IMC Over-50s, the final 2 overs of the Indian innings. 12 legitimate deliveries left. India 285 for 6. Looking to push this score at least close to 200 or 300 or maybe just over 300.
Good goals, good goals.
Overall, good cricket. Bowler, foolish delivery, but played with a straight bat by Khan. This time again, plays it towards that long run region. Collects another 2.
Safe home.
The score moves to 289, inching towards that 300.
Come goals, come
This
goals.
will require some getting. South Africa will have to bat well to make a fight. This has been a brilliant batting performance as far as India is concerned. Started off positively, the openers putting on a half-century partnership. The first wicket fell at 55, and from that point onwards, everyone who's walked in has contributed. So there's no demons on the wicket. There's a bit of turn, but I'm sure there's it's going to hold on and not deteriorate. So South Africa can put on a fight and chase. In the meantime, Vinayak is expressing himself, collects another boundary. Valiant effort out in the deep.
Well, yes, making the cardinal mistake behind the wickets. And he didn't read that line well, the wicketkeeper. Standing close and not covering the line there. That ball pitched outside the leg stump and went past him down to the boundary line.
Well, not easy when you're wicket keeping for 45 overs and then you've got a batsman walking across, covering the stumps and playing very innovative shot. And Vinayak this time gives himself room, flays it past short third, collects another boundary. I'm sure with Vinayak on song, India Over-50s now looking at maybe a 320 run total.
You're certainly right. The final delivery of the 44th over coming up. Chalip, they have been taken to the cleaners. 23 runs conceded. Comes and bowls, and this time a full toss on the onside, almost at hip level. And that have been swung well, connected it well, timed it well, over the boundary line, over mid-wicket for 6 runs. So with that, the 44th over has come to an end, and India 304 for 6.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ, යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් ද පපරේ ටීවී එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂන් නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Back to the action at the Senanayake Grounds. That last delivery which was hit for a 6. The ball had to be replaced. It went over the perimeter wall of the ground at the Senanayake Grounds, and the ball replaced. And the very first delivery of the 45th over also has been played down to the boundary through extra cover. So this time it's Khan who's making merry now, and the final 5 deliveries of this Indian innings now.
Two wonderful hits. Nobody moved. The previous delivery was powerfully driven on the front foot towards extra cover, and this delivery follows suit. Wonderfully played. A lot of bottom hand. It's foolish, but the batsman equal to the task, expecting it, and Khan showing his prowess. 312 for 6.
So Cruz making the mistake of bowling half volleys and allowing the batsman to drive it on the up there, and connected it well on both occasions. 2 back-to-back boundaries to Khan. He has moved to 21 off 11. 312 on the board. This time Cruz drops his shot, held the pace back, and that's what you are required to do now. Cut down on pace and bowl length deliveries, and not give the width to the batsman, nor should you bowl half volleys or keep the ball up to the batsman, because it will disappear.
A lot of bottom hand, a lot of power. He's seeing the ball like a football. Vinayak walked across, used his bottom hand to good effect, pierces the deep mid-wicket region, collects another boundary. There was protection out in the deep, but it was powerfully struck, and the fast outfield meant that Vinayak collects another boundary, moves to 79. This time again, that was a foolish delivery. Got the inside half of the bat, almost trickled onto the stumps.
Yeah, that was a much better looking delivery, fuller length, and virtually yorking the batsman on that occasion. And this time drops his shot. Yes, hammered it in the air. Has he been caught in third man?
Yes, well held. Khan departs. Tried to play it over the point fielder, Apish. That hurried on to the batsman, got the thickish outside edge, flew towards the third man region, and it was well held. The final delivery gets Cruz a wicket, and India end the innings on 318 for 6. Vinayak, a quick fire 80 off 41 deliveries. Will his innings be the difference? We'll have to come back after the break. Both teams will take a short break for lunch, and South Africa will start their innings, their chase of 319. The innings so far.
A quick look at the Indian scorecard. Masood and Dungari open the batting, and Masood falling for 23, and Dungari top scoring 91, and there was a very well complied 43 by Ganguly, and followed by the blistering 80 by Vinyak. This 80 coming in just 41 deliveries, and then 22 late in the order by Khan. India Over-50s in their 45 overs, 318 for 7.
The bowling for South Africa Over-50s. Cruz, the opening bowler, captured a wicket in his final delivery. Reed was not successful, although he had the solitary maiden of the innings. Tharat captured a wicket. He only bowled 3 overs. Purchase captured 2, with Smith contributing with 2 wickets. The pick of the bowlers so far, Purchase and Smith, and the fall of wickets. Batsman found it easy going. 55 for the first wicket, 82 the second fell, and then there was a partnership of 97 runs for the third wicket, and all the batsmen found run making merry on this wonderful DS College ground. Fast outfield, and we have a chase on hand when we come back. South Africa require a little over 7 runs per over, and we take a short break, and we'll be back with the chase. The highlights: Dungaria was strong on the back foot, started off with a couple of boundaries. The feature of the day was the lovely stroke making by the Indian batting lineup. Dungaria scored 91. That was the first wicket, a thick outside edge. Dungaria was very strong on the back foot, quick to pounce on anything short, used the pace of the bowling effectively to pierce the gap, and he continued playing his shots, and a well compiled half century. Unfortunate to miss out on a back-to-back century. He was out for 91. Played it to all parts of the field. And then some enterprising innings by who scored a quick fire 80 off 41 deliveries. It was Ganguly departing for 43 off 41, and unfortunately Dungaria got out for a full toss, missed out on a well-deserved century.
Well, the Indian batsmen thoroughly enjoying themselves on both sides of the wicket. They were very strong and square of the wicket, and then down the ground as well. Plenty of improvisations, the swish hits, the pedal sweeps, all coming into play to keep the scoreboard ticking. Well, must say, the South Africans also gave it everything they had in the field. Quite a lot of running around to do, but with all that, they stuck it out. 45 overs, bowled their hearts out as well. At the marauding Indians, well, they were on a leather hunt. 317 being posted in the 45 overs, setting a target of 318 for the Proteas. So that was the last wicket to fall. Going for a big shot, getting a top edge, being well caught in third man region. And that was the end of the Indian innings. 317 at the end of 45 overs. So we'll go back to some commercials now, and there'll be a break, the innings break, and when the South African batsmen and the Indian fielders take place, we'll be coming back to you live from the DS Senanayake Grounds in this IMC Over-50s World Cup happening here at the DS Senanayake Grounds between South Africa and India.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and thepapare.com.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝඩිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Private Limited, Sri Lanka's premier destination for cricket enthusiasts and sports tourism. So, Pusa Leisure Private Limited is actually the only leisure company in Sri Lanka with its own cricket ground. We're here at the ground right now, and it's the second largest cricket ground across Sri Lanka in playing area. This is tailor-made to conduct tours across Sri Lanka, and we are here today to witness about the specialties it has to offer. It's only natural for you to ask, what's so special about this ground? Well, let me list out a few reasons as to why it's special to cricket, right? So this is situated in a 30-acre land, meaning you have plenty of space to walk about, have a look, and relax yourself. Second of all, this land is situated by so much of vegetation that the amount of wind that comes into this land is quite limited. So as you see, whenever we watch a cricket match, we've seen plenty of occasions where certain calls on cricket are interfered because of the wind. Now that issue will be limited in this ground due to the vegetation that surrounds this place, which is beneficial for anybody who comes to play cricket. Third of all, the lighting is just perfect, right? So it's well lit throughout the day, and the amount of sunlight that you get into this land is much more compared to any other cricket ground around, again because of the location it's situated in. And another specialty about this cricket ground is its grass, right? So usually whenever you go to any other cricket ground, the grass is quite smaller compared to the grass that you would be seeing in this special cricket ground when you come here. It's because we have actually taken a grass that is quite special to Sri Lanka. Why? Because it's easy to maintain, we know how it works, we can make sure that it's well well watered, well cut. All of this is easily maintained because of the fact that this grass is special to Sri Lanka. So these are just a few specialties as to why this cricket ground is special for you. Alright, so let's talk about the pitch a little, right? So I'm here right now, and from the pitch to the ground, we have about 80 meters of a radius, right? And something special about the pitch is that it's elevated, meaning that anybody from anywhere on the ground can see the pitch properly because of its elevation. So even if you stay in that corner of the ground, the pitch very clearly because of the elevation that it has. Alright, so we have utilized certain methods to ensure that our ground is free of weeds, right? So our first method is recycling water. We have a natural source of water in our land, and we have taken the water from that into a handmade pond covered by polythene, and water from that is taken to our ground through sprinklers, and that is how we water our ground. And that water is later on taken back into our drain, which I'm standing over, and this leads straight up to the natural water supply that we have in this land. All right. Apart from that, we've also utilized certain methods to ensure that no water from outside is brought to our land, our cricket ground basically. So these methods are basically what we use to ensure that there's no weeds in this grass and that our grass is the same that we have maintained throughout from the start. Alrighty, so another specialty about this ground and how we're connected with nature, right? A fun fact. So if you hit a century in this ground, one of these surrounding trees will be named after you. So if you can see, this entire ground is surrounded by vegetation and plenty of trees. So whoever hits a century in this ground will get one of those trees named after them. So this is actually something quite unique. It's not done everywhere, and it's actually a nice opportunity for you to get a tree named after you. So this is something special that's happening here at the ground, and so far only 8 cricketers have actually hit a century and gotten a tree named after them. So if you want to come here and hit a century and get a tree named after you, this is the place for you. Alright, so you must be wondering what PUSA stands for. PUSA stands for Pujita Uduvana Sports Academy. Pujita Uduvana is actually the single owner of this cricket ground, and we actually have some exciting news. We will be providing this ground and facilities to the IMC Over-50 cricket tournament, right? So 9 of their matches will be taking place in this ground starting Feb 9th, and people from over 14 countries will be participating in this cricket tournament. So if you want to check out this ground and you would like to see a tournament, make sure you come and visit the PUSA cricket ground. Alright, I know this looks digital, but it's not, alright? We operate this scoreboard manually. How? We've used door hinges, and we've painted one side and we have not painted the other side. So using this method, we are able to make the numbers appear on the scoreboard. Usually it takes about 4 people to operate a scoreboard, but using this method, we just need 1 person to do all of the work. So it's a different way, it's environmentally friendly, and you can witness this when you basically visit the PUSA cricket ground. Alright, so you must be wondering where the side wickets are. It's going to be built right over here. It's still under construction, but we are expecting 12 strips to be made very, very soon. Alright, so now we're about to walk into where our hotel is going to be built. So we've chosen this specific location because it is right in between the golf course and the cricket ground. So in this hotel, we'll be having 2 wings, which is the cricket wing and the golf course wing. So depending on what sport you like the most, you can choose your stay. Alright, Alright, so another exciting part of our 30-acre land is this golf course. So the golf course isn't built yet, but I'm currently walking into the land that's dedicated for it. So on this road that we see over here, there will be an array of houses that will be built with a backyard facing this very golf course. So if you're interested in becoming an owner of these properties, make sure you invest right away so that you can have a house with a backyard facing this amazing golf course. So people that actually walk on the streets will not have a clear view of the golf course except for the owners that actually reside in these houses. It will be exclusive just to y'all, so make sure you come and invest today. Alright, so this is where the golf course is going to be built, and behind me is one of the waterfronts that is available in this golf course, right? So obviously we know when we play golf that oftentimes we need obstacles to play the game right, and this is actually a natural obstacle that is available within this golf course, and we'll be making plenty more for y'all to have a peace of mind and also play the game really well. And also, another fun fact, which I've already mentioned before, is that all of this will be faced in your backyard. So whatever house that you purchase in this land, your backyard will be facing this entire golf course, these waterfronts, and all of this will be available to you. So if you're interested, make sure you come and visit this golf course and figure out if you want to be an owner of this amazing condo. Alright, so today we've spoken about how we can leisurely spend our time at Pusa Leisure Private Limited. But now we're going to talk about some investment opportunities, right? So we have about 49% shares worth of about $30 million available for y'all to invest. So we have some individual houses going on, and from that you will be able to get the ROI in less than 5 years. So do not miss out on the opportunity for y'all to invest in some amazing properties like this. Alright, so this is Pusa Leisure Private Limited. Over here we have our very own cricket ground, we have our golf course, we have condos, we have a hotel, we have so much to offer to y'all over here. So make sure you come and visit Pusa Leisure Private Limited and grab an opportunity to invest, have some leisure time, and all that you need over here. Do not forget to come visit us.
අපේ කාලේ සමහරලාට සිලෙක්ට් එකනේ මැච් එකක් බලන්න එන්නේ පත්තරේ බලලා තමයි මෙයා ලකුණු 100ක් ගහලා තියෙනවා කියලා සිලෙක්ට් කරන්නේ. ලකුණු 1000කුයි විකට් 100කුයි ලබා ගත්තා පාසල් ක්‍රිකට් සීසන් එකේ. ක්‍රීඩාවක් කරද්දී හැමෝටම තමන්ගේ රට නියෝජනය කරන්න වෙන්නේ. අනිත් එක ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා නම් මේ හැම දෙයකටම මුහුණ පාන්න සිදු වෙනවා. අපිට හිටියේ කෝච්ලා අපිව වෙනස් කරන්න හැදුවේ නැහැ. මුරලිට බෝල් කරන්න හම්බුනේත් නැහැ. පියලුයි රුවනුයි බෝල් කරද්දි. මැච් එකේ ෆස්ට් ඩේ එකේ පළවෙනි පන්දු යවන්නේ ස්පිනර් කෙනෙක්. ඉතින් කොහොමද ෆාස්ට් බෝලර්ස්ලා එන්කරේජ් කරන්නේ? අවුරුද්දකට සැරයක් වර්ල්ඩ් ක්ලාස් ප්ලේයර් කෙනෙක්ව බිහි කරනවා, එක්කෙනෙක් දෙන්නේ බිහි කරනවා. ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ මත්තෙන් තමයි අපි මේ හොඳ ක්‍රිකට් එක මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාව තියාගෙන ගියේ. ඉතින් දැන්ටම බේස්බෝල් ස්ටේඩියම්ස් ඒගොල්ලන් ක්‍රිකට් ස්ටේඩියම්ස් වලට හරවනවා. ඉතින් ලොකු ප්ලෑන්ස් තියෙන. ඉතින් ලොකු ප්ලෑන්ස් තියෙනකොට ගොඩාක් සල්ලි දාන්න ඕනේ. සූරත් සල්ලි දානකොට ගොඩක් හොඳ ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා එනවා. 11 දෙනාම ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ටුවර් එක යන කට්ටිය 12 වෙනි ක්‍රීඩකයාත් ඒ ටුවර් එක යන එකනේ. මම අවුරුදු 10 11ක් සෙල්ලම් කරා. ඒකෙන් ලැබුණ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක මම දැන් දුක හිතෙනවා මම අවුරුදු 20 වගේ ගියේ නැහැ කියලා. නමුත් අපි ඇවිල්ලා බැට් කරන්නේ චමින්ද වාස්ට දුලිප් ලියනගේට එරික් උපශාන්තට. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ කට්ටියට පන්දුට පහර දුන්නාම මේ ප්‍රැක්ටිස් වලත් අපි යූස් මේ වගේ කට්ටියට පන්දුවට පහර දීලා පොන්ටිං ලද වෝන් ලද ලාර ලද හැම කෙනෙක්ම එක්ක මං ක්‍රීඩා කරලා තියෙනවා. වසීම් අක්‍රම්ලා වකා යුනුස්ලා ඒ හැම ඔයා වුණත් පටන් ගත්තේ ඇයි ගැහුවේ නැත්තේ කියලා. ඉතින් ඔය ප්‍රශ්නෙට මම උත්තර දීලා ඇති මිලියන ගාණක්.
ආයිබෝවන් නොදුටු මිනිසා. ඔහු ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ හිටපු අති දක්ෂ පිතිකරුවෙක්, පුහුණුකරුවෙක්, ඒ වගේම මේ වෙනකොට එක්සත් ජනපදයේ ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ තේරීම් කමිටු සමාජිකයෙක්. අද නොදුටු මිනිසා සජිත් ප්‍රනාන්දු. අයිබෝන් සජිත්.
අයිබෝන්.
මේ වෙනකොට අහන්න තියෙන අලුත්ම දේ තමයි ඔබ එක්සත් ජනපදයේ තමයි ජීවත් වෙන්නේ. එහේ තේරීම් කමිටු සමාජිකයෙක්. මොනවාද ඇමරිකාවේ සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ ක්‍රිකට් සම්බන්ධව මේ දවස්වල?
ඔව් ලොකු දේවල් වෙනවා. මොකද මං දැන් අවුරුදු 4ක් ඇමරිකාවේ මේ මං ගියාට වඩා ගොඩාක් දේවල් ඔවුන් කරනවා ක්‍රිකට් වලට. එකක් තමයි මයිනර් ලීග් කියලා තරඟාවලියක් T20 තරඟාවලියක් පවත්වනවා මේ දෙවනි වරට මේ සැරේ පවත්වලා දැන් මේ ඊයේ පෙරේද තමයි නිමා වුණේ. ඒ වගේම ඔවුන්ගේ ලොකුම ප්ලෑන් එක තමයි 2028 ලොස් ඇන්ජලිස් වල පවත්වන ඔලිම්පික් ක්‍රීඩාවට මේ ක්‍රීඩාව ඇතුළත් කරගන්න. ඉතින් ඒකට උන් ලොකු වෑයමක් දරනවා. මොකද ඒක කරොත් මුළු ඇමරිකාවෙම ක්‍රිකට් කියන දේ මොකක්ද කියලා දැනගෙන ඒ ඇමරිකාවේ වෙසෙන ඇමරිකාවේ ඉපදෙන ළමයින්ට මේ ක්‍රීඩාව අඳුන්ලා දෙන්න තමයි. මොකද දැන් වුණත් තාම වුණත් ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නේ ඉන්දියානුවන් පාකිස්තානුවන් වෙස්ට් ඉන්ඩියන් වලින් ආපු ඇෆ්ගනිස්තාන් වලින් ආපු අපි ශ්‍රී ලාංකිකයන් තමයි මේ ක්‍රීඩාව ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නේ ප්‍රමෝට් කරන්නේ. නමුත් ඔවුන්ගේ ලොකුම අරමුණ වෙන්නේ ඇමරිකාවේ ඉපදෙන මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට මේ ක්‍රීඩාව අඳුන්ලා දෙන්න.
ඔව් ඒක ඊටාම අලංකාර පුතක් වෙයි. මේ කතා බහත් රසවත් වෙයි. ඉතින් ඔබට තේරෙනවා ඇති එක්සත් ජනපදය ගැන අපිට ගොඩාක් දේවල් අහගන්න පුළුවන් ක්‍රිකට් සම්බන්ධයෙන්. නමුත් ඊට කලින් මට හිතෙනවා ඔබ කතා කරපු දේවල් වලට පරිබාහිරව ඔබේ මුලට යන්න ආයෙත්. මොකද ඔබ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ හිටපු දේශීය මට්ටමේ අති දක්ෂ ආරම්භක පිතිකරුවෙක්, ඒ වගේම දක්ෂ පන්දු රකින්නෙක් ස්ලිප් ස්ථානේ, ඒ වගේම හොඳ පන්දු යවන්නෙක්. ඉතින් මේ දේවල් කතා නොකර අපිට එතෙන් එන්න බෑ. ඉතින් ලකුණු 10000ක් ගහලා ඔබට ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩා කිරීමේ වරම ලැබුණේ නැහැ. ඔබට හිතෙන්නේ ඇයි?
ඔව් ඉතින් මෙහෙමයි ක්‍රීඩාවක් කරද්දී හැමෝටම තමන්ගේ රට නියෝජනය කරන්න වෙන්නේ. අනිත් එක ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා නම් මේ හැම දෙයකටම මුහුණ පාන්න සිදු වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ අවාසනාවන්ත සිදුවීමුත් වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ තමන් කොච්චර හොඳ කරත් සමහරවිට සිලෙක්ට් වෙන්නේ නැති අවස්ථා තියෙනවා. අපි ඒක කියනවා මේ ඒෂියන් කන්ට්‍රීස් වල ඒක ගොඩක් වෙනවා කියලා. නමුත් ඒක දැන් ටිකක් අඩු වෙගෙන දැන් මං හිතන්නේ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ව මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් ඕනේ දැන් කණ්ඩායම් වලට. මොකද ඒතරම් අනිත් එක අපි දන්නවා ලංකාවේ ක්‍රිකට් එක ඒතරම් හොඳට තිබ්බේ නැහැ අවුරුදු 2-3ක් පෙර. ඉතින් පොඩ්ඩක් හරි ඔබ මේ දේශීය තරඟාවලි වල මේ හොඳට කරොත් ඒගොල්ලන්ට කැපී පෙනෙනවා. අනිත් එක දැන් මාධ්‍යයෙන් උනත් සෝෂල් මීඩියා වලින් ප්‍රෙෂර් එක දානවා. ඉතින් ප්‍රෙෂර් එක දානවා විතරයි නෙවෙයි දැනගන්නවා මේ වගේ ප්ලේයර්ස් කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවද කියලා. අපේ කාලේ සමහරවිට සිලෙක්ටර් කෙනෙක් මැච් එකක් බලන්න එන්නේ නැහැ. පත්තරේ බලලා තමයි මෙයා ලකුණු 100ක් ගහලා තියෙනවා කියලා සිලෙක්ට් කරන්නේ. ඒ කොයි වෙලාවේ මේ ගැහුවද සිටුේෂන් එක මොකද්ද අගේන්ස්ට් කවුද ගැහුවේ ඒවා බලන්නේ නැහැ සමහරවිට. ඒ වගේ තත්ත්වකුත් තිබ්බා. නමුත් දැන් එහෙම නැහැ. දැන් මේක ගොඩක් සෝෂල් මීඩියා වලින් පත්තර වලින් දානවා. ඒ වගේම මේ දැන් ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් වල ඉන්නවා එක මේ ප්‍රොවින්ෂියල් කෝචස්ලා දිස්ත්‍රික් කෝචස්ලා ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ මාර්ගයෙන් නිවුස් එක එනවා මේ සිස්ටම් එකට මේ වගේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් මේ වගේ පළපුරුදු ක්‍රීඩකයන් ඉස්සරහට මොනවා හරි කරන්න පුළුවන් ක්‍රීඩකයන් ඉන්නවා කියලා නිවුස් එක යනවා. ඉතින් ඒ මාර්ගයෙන් මේ ළමයින්ට හම්බ වෙනවා chance එක.
ඔව් ඔබ ක්‍රීඩා කරපු කාලේ ගැන ඔබ කිව්ව ඇත්ත. ඒ කාලේ තිබුණේ නැහැ වීඩියෝ දර්ශන බලන්න අවස්ථාවක් නැහැ. මාධ්‍ය වලිනුත් අවස්ථාවක් නැහැ. ප්‍රේක්ෂකයන්ට දැනගන්න මොන ක්‍රීඩකයාද ඔහු මොන ආකාරයෙන්ද සෙල්ලම් කරන්නේ කියලා. නමුත් ඔබ ක්‍රීඩා කරපු කාලේ තමයි ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් ජාත්‍යන්තරේ ටිකක් නැගලා එන කාලේ. 90 දශකයේ මුල් කාලේ වගේ. ඉතින් ඒ කාලේ ඔබත් එකට ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න නැති මේ ප්‍රබල අපි දන්න ක්‍රීඩකයෝ හැමෝම ඒ වගේම ඔබේ පාසලේ ශාන්ත අන්තෝනි විද්‍යාලයේ මහනුවර මුත්තයා මුරලිදරන් රුවන් කල්පගේ බිහි කරපු පාසල. ඉතින් ඒ ගැන කතා කරමු. පියල් විජේතුංග වගේ දඟපන් දෙවන්න. ඉතින් ඒ කාලේ ගැන පොඩ්ඩක් කතා කරොත් ඔබ සමීපතමයන් සමකාලීන ක්‍රීඩකයෝ ගැන.
ඔව් අර කිව්වා වගේ මේ අපේ ස්කූල් මං හිතන්නේ මන් දන්නේ දැන් කොහොමද කියලා. කාලයක් තිබ්බා ශ්‍රී ලංකා ස්කූල්ස් ක්‍රිකට් තමයි මුළු ලෝකෙම හොඳම මේ ස්කූල් ක්‍රිකට් එක තිබ්බේ. මන් දන්නේ දැන් කොහමද කියලා. නමුත් ඉතින් ඒ කාලේ මැච් එකක් බලන්න ඉන්නවා 17000. අපි නිකන් මේ මැච් එක බලන්න ඉන්නවා 17000 මිනිස්සු ඉන්නවා බලන්න. එච්චරටම උණුසුම් එච්චරටම හොඳ ක්‍රීඩකයන් සිටියා. ඉතින් හරි කම්පිටිටිව්නස් එකක් තිබ්බා. ඒ වගේම තමයි අපිට හිටියේ කෝච්ලා. අපිව වෙනස් කරන්න හැදුවේ නැහැ. අපිට ගොඩක් වෙනස් කරන්න හැදුවේ නැහැ. අපේ ක්‍රීඩා ශෛලිය එන්කරේජ් කරා. සමහරලාට උදේට එනවා කෝච් ටීම් එක කියනවා පොඩ්ඩක් වෝම් අප් කරනවා. ඊට පස්සේ ඒ කෝච් යනවා වැඩට. ඒ වැඩට යන්න ඕනේ අපි මැච් එකක් ගහන වෙලාවේ. ඊට පස්සේ ලන්ච් එකට තමයි පොඩ්ඩක් ඇවිල්ලා යන්නේ. එහෙම අවස්ථාවක් තිබ්බා. මොකද ප්‍රොෆෙෂනල් කෝචස්ලා හිටියේ නැහැ අපිට. ඉතින් අපේ මං හැම වෙලේම කියන්නේ අපේ මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් එක මෙච්චර හරි ආවේ පියෝර් ටැලන්ට් ඉඳලා. නැතුව මේ සිස්ටම් එකකින් උදව් කරලා නෙවෙයි. පියෝර් ටැලන්ට් ඉඳලා අපි අවුරුද්දකට සැරයක් වර්ල්ඩ් ක්ලාස් ප්ලේයර් කෙනෙක්ව බිහි කරනවා, එක්කෙනෙක් දෙන්නේ බිහි කරනවා. ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ මත්තෙන් තමයි අපි මේ හොඳ ක්‍රිකට් එක මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාව තියාගෙන ගිහින්. ඉතින් අපේ කාලේ ඉස්කෝලේ අර කිව්වා වගේ දැන් මට අවස්ථාව ලැබුණේ මට මතකයි මම අන්ඩර් 15 මේම හොඳට කරලා මට මතකයි රුවන් කල්පගේ අර ඉස්සර මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා A කියලා නෙමෙයි කියන්නේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා B කියලා. ඔහු පාසල් ක්‍රීඩා කරද්දී ඔහු පාකිස්තාන් ගියා ශ්‍රී ලංකා B කණ්ඩායමත් එක්ක. ඒ හින්දා මට අවස්ථාවක් ලැබුණා ෆස්ට් 11 එකේ මැච් එකක් ගහන්න. ඉතින් මම හොඳට කරපු හින්දා මට අවස්ථාව ලැබුණා. නැත්තම් එච්චර කලින් මට හම්බ වෙන්නෙත් නෑ සෙල්ලම් කරන්න ෆස්ට් 11. මොකද එච්චරට හොඳ ක්‍රීඩකයන් හිටියා. මම දන්නවා මුරලි මේ මුරලිට බෝල් කරන්න හම්බුනේත් නෑ. පියලුයි රුවනුයි බෝල් කරද්දී. ඉස්සර මුරලි ඇත්තටම හොඳ අන්ඩර් 17 එකේම හොඳ බැට්ස්මන් කෙනෙක්. ඉතින් මේ එච්චරට කම්පිටිටිව්. ඊට පස්සේ මුරලි ඉන්නකොට මට බෝලින් නෑ. මුරලි ගියාට පස්සේ තමයි මට බෝලින් හම්බුනේ. මම විකට් 100ක් ලබා ගත්තා. ලකුණු 1000කුයි විකට් 100කුයි ලබා ගත්තා. පාසල් ක්‍රිකට් සීසන් එකේ. මේ ඉතින් ඒ වගේ. ඉතින් ඊටාම හොඳ කම්පිටිටිව්නස් එකක් තිබ්බා. පාසල් ක්‍රීඩකේ. ඉතින් අපි එළියට එද්දි අපි ආවේ අපිව ක්ලබ් වලින් බලන් ඉන්නව ගන්න. අපිට මට ගොඩාක් ක්ලබ් වලින් එන්න කිව්වා. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ මම 92 ඕල් අයිලන්ඩ් ස්කූල් බෝයි ක්‍රිකට් වුණා. අන්ඩර් 19 ටුවර් එකක් ගියා එහෙම. ඉතින් ඒ වගේම අපි එනකොට අපි ආවේ නැෂනල් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා 4-5 දෙනෙක් ගහපු ටීම් වලට. අනිත් ඒගොල්ලන් එක්ක අපිත් එක්ක ගොඩක් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරනවා. අපිත් එක්ක හැම දැන් ඒ කාලේ ඉච්චර මැච් තිබ්බේ නැහැ. මේ වගේ ටුවර්ස් තිබ්බේ නැහැ. ඉතින් ඒගොල්ලන්ට ලැබුණා අපිත් එක්ක ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න. අපි ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නේත් අනිත් ටීම් එකෙත් ඉන්නවා නැෂනල් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා 5-6ක්. ඉතින් අර මට්ටම ඉතාම ඉහළ තත්ත්වයක තිබ්බේ. ඉතින් ඒක තමයි ඒ කාලේ ගහන ක්‍රීඩකයෝ වුණත් ජාතික තලයේ මේ ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් ක්‍රිකට් එකට ගිය ගමන් එතරම් පරතරයක් තිබ්බේ. පරතරයක් තිබ්බා. නමුත් එතරම් පරතරයක් තිබ්බේ නැහැ. දැන් පරතරේ බලන්න දැන් මැච් එකක් ගිහිල්ලා ගහන්න බලද්දි එක්කනයි දෙන්න ඉන්නේ. ඒකත් ෆස්ට් ක්ලාස් ටිකක් ගහපු. අනිත් කට්ටිය ඔක්කොම ඉන්නේ පොඩි ළමයි. ඉතින් එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් නැහැ. ඉතින් මේ quality of first class cricket හරිම low level එකක ඉන්නේ. මම මේ ඊවෙලද මැච් එකක් බලන්න ගියා. පළවෙනි පන්දුව යවන්නේ මැච් එකේ ෆස්ට් ඩේ එකේ පළවෙනි පන්දුව යවන්නේ ස්පිනර් කෙනෙක්. ඉතින් කොහොමද ෆාස්ට් බෝලර්ස්ලා එන්කරේජ් කරන්නේ? ඒ ටීම් එකට වැරදි කියන්නත් බෑ. ඒ බෝලර්ට වැරදි කියන්නත් බෑ. මට බෝල දුන්නොත් මම බෝල් කරනවා. ඒ වගේම තමයි අපි යන්නේ චැම්පියන්ෂිප් එකක් දිනන්න. බෝනසස් තියෙනවා. තමන් හොඳට කරන්න ඕනේ ඊළඟ අවුරුද්දේ තව හොඳ කොන්ට්‍රැක්ට් එකක් ගන්න. ඉතින් මේ ප්ලේයර්ස්ලාට වැරදි කියන්න බෑ. මේ සිස්ටම් එක හදන කට්ටියටයි සිස්ටම් එක මේ ගැන ප්ලෑන් කරන කට්ටියයි තමයි මේ වැරද්ද බාර ගන්න ඕනේ.
ඔව් ඊටම වැදගත්. ඉතින් ක්‍රීඩා සමාජය ගැන කතා කරපු නිසා මට හිතෙනවා නැවතත් හරවස්සන්න ඒ කාලේ ක්‍රීඩා සමාජ ක්‍රිකට් මොන වගේ තත්ත්වයක තිබුණ කියලා. ඒ කාලේ අපිට ඔබ කිව්වත් වගේ ජාතික ක්‍රීඩකයන් රැසක් ලීගේ ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා ලීගය ඇතුළේ. එතකොට නවක පිතිකරුවන්ට ඔවුන්ට පන්දුවට පහර දෙන්න සිද්ධ වෙනවා. ඒ වගේම නවක පන්දු යවන්නන්ට හොඳ පිතිකරුවන්ට පන්දු යවන්න ලැබෙනවා. එතකොට ඔබට මතක හිටින ඒ කාලේ තිබුණ හොඳම තරඟ ඔබ ක්‍රීඩා කරපු හොඳම මට්ටමේ තරඟ මොනවද? ඔබ ඊටාම මහන්සියෙන් දිනාගත්තු ඉනිම් ඒ වගේම ඔබට ලොකු අභියෝගයක් ලැබුණු තරඟ සහ ක්‍රීඩකයන් කවුද?
ඔව් අපි මං හිතන්නේ ෆයිනල් එකක් ගැහුවා ඩේ නයිට් මේ FCC කණ්ඩායමත් එක්ක. ඊළඟ දවසේ දුකද ඊළඟ දවසේ දුකද ඒගොල්ලන් ඕස්ට්‍රේලියා ටුවර් එකක් යනවා. ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ 12 දෙනෙක් 11 දෙනාම ශ්‍රී ලංකා ඒ ටුවර් එක යන කට්ටිය 12 වෙනි ක්‍රීඩකයාත් ඒ ටුවර් එක යන එකනේ. හරිද? ඉතින් අපි ඒගොල්ලන්ව බීට් කරලා මේ අපි දින්න මම ඒකේ man of the final වුණා, man of the series වුණා. තව මම කැප්ටන් කරලා අපි NCC කණ්ඩායම පැරද්දුවා. ඒකේ ටෙස්ට් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා හිටියා දෙපැත්තෙම, ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා හිටියා දෙපැත්තෙම. sorry මේ ඉතින් ඒ වගේ ගොඩාක් මට මතකයට එනවා ගොඩාක් තරඟ මේ දෙපැත්තෙම හිටිය හොඳ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ. ඉතින් ඒකයි අපි මං හිතන්නේ අපේ මට්ටමත් ඉහළ ගියේ. අපි ක්‍රීඩා කරෙත් against ක්‍රීඩා කරෙත් හොඳ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ව අපි ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරද්දිත් මේ ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් බෝලර්ස්ලා අපිට ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරනවා. දැන් කියන්නේ රෙස් කරන්න. ඉතින් සාධාරණයි. මොකද ඒගොල්ලන් ගොඩාක් ක්‍රිකට් ගහන ඉඳ. ඉතින් ඒකෙන් පොඩි මදිකමක් වෙනවා මේ අනිත් යෝන් ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට. නමුත් අපි ඇවිල්ලා බැට් කරන්නේ චමින්ද වාස්ට, දුලිප් ලියනගේට, එරික් උපශාන්තට. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ කට්ටියට පන්දුට පහර දුන්නාම මේ ප්‍රැක්ටිස් වලත් මැච් වලට ගිහලා අපිට පොඩි හරි අපි යූස්ඩ් මේ වගේ කට්ටියට පන්දුවට පහර දීලා. දැන් ඉතින් වෙන්නේ දැන් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරන්නෙත් හරි මේ ලෝ ලෙවල් එකේ. ඒ කියන්නේ ඒගොල්ලන් පන්දුවට පහර දෙන්නේ එච්චරම හොඳ පන්දු යවන කට්ටියට නෙවෙයි. ඉතින් අර මැච් එකට ගියාම එකපාරට හොඳ පන්දු යවන්නේ හම්බුනාම සමහරවිට ඒ වගේම තමයි සමහරවිට බෝල් කරන කට්ටියත් පන්දුවට පහර දෙන කට්ටිය තරම් යෝන් ක්‍රීඩකයෝ. මං කියන්නේ හොඳ නෑ කියලා. යෝන් ක්‍රීඩකයෝ ඉතින් හරි ලේසි. ඉතින් මැච් එකට ගිහලා හොඳ විකට් එක හොඳ පිතිකරුවෙට පන්දු යවද්දි සමහරවිට ඒගොල්ලන් මේවා කරනවා. ඉතින් ඒකයි ගැප් එක ගොඩාක් තියෙන්නේ දැන්. ඉස්සරට වඩා ඉස්සරත් පොඩි ගැප් එකක් තිබ්බ මං කිව්වා වගේ. දැන් ලොකු ගැප් එකක් තියෙනවා අපේ මේ ඩොමස්ටික් එකයි අර අපි ගහන LPL ඒ වගේ තරඟවල ලොකු ගැප් එකක් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒකයි ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් ලෙවල් එකේ තව ලොකු ගැප් එකක් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒකයි මේ ගැප්ස් වහන්න තමයි මම දන්න දවස් ඉඳලා මේ සිස්ටම් එක හදන්න එන කට්ටිය කියනවා අපි දැන් මාරු කරලා එන අවුරුද්දේ මෙහෙම කරනවා ඊළඟ අවුරුද්දේ අපි මේ විදියට හදමු. නමුත් තාම දැන් ඊයේ පෙරේදත් මම ඒ වගේ කට්ටිය දෙන්න තුන් දෙනෙක් හම්බුනාම කියන්නේ ඒකම තමයි මේ අවුරුද්ද අපි මෙන්න 4ක් අඩු කරනවා එන අවුරුද්දේ 4ක් අඩු කරනවා එහෙම කියලා. ඉතින් හැමදාම ඔය ඒ උත්තරේමයි දෙන්නේ. නමුත් කවදාවත් ඒ සිස්ටම් එක අන්තිම මම දකින්නේ නැහැ.
ඔව් හිතන දේවල් ගොඩක් තියෙනවා මේ කතා බහ ඇතුලේ. ඉතින් ඒ වගේම ඔබ සඳහන් කළා මේ තිබුණු පරතරයන් ගැන. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ දේශීය ක්‍රිකට් ඊට පස්සේ ලීග් ක්‍රිකට් සහ ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රිකට් අතර ලොකු පරතරයක් ගොඩනැගිලා තියෙනවා. ඔබ ඒ කාලේ ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න අවස්ථාව සපයගත්තා ප්‍රාන්ත ක්‍රිකට්, කවුන්ටි ක්‍රිකට් ඔබ ක්‍රීඩා කළා එංගලන්තයේ සෑහෙන කාලයක්. ඉතින් ඒ ක්‍රිකට් වලින් ලබාගත් දේවල් සහ මේ වෙනකොට ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට ඒවට අවස්ථාව ලැබෙනවද? එතකොට එතනදී අපට කොතනින්ද ශ්‍රී ලංකාවට මේක සම්බන්ධ කරගන්න පුළුවන් අපේ දස්කම් දියුණු කර ගැනීමට?
ඔව් අනිවාර්යෙන් එතනින් ලැබුණ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක හරි වැදගත්. මොකද ඒක ටීම් එකකට එක ප්‍රොෆෙෂනල් කෙනා ඉන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ පිට රටකින් ගෙනල්ලා ඔවුන් ගෙවල් ලබා දීලා අපිට යාෆයා දීලා ගොඩාක් වියදම් කරනවා. අපිට තව අර කොන්ට්‍රැක්ට් එකකුත් දෙනවා. ඉතින් එහෙම ගියාම ඒගොල්ලන් මේ ටීම් එකක් වශයෙන් එක්ස්පෙක්ට් කරනවා හැමදාම ලකුණු 100ක් ගන්න, හැමදාම විකට් 5ක් ගන්න. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ දේවල්. ඉතින් ගොඩාක් ප්‍රෙෂර් එක තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ ගිහිල්ලා මම අවුරුදු 10 11ක් සෙල්ලම් කරා. ඒකෙන් ලැබුණ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක මම දැන් දුක හිතෙනවා මම අවුරුදු 20 වගේ ගියේ නෑ කියලා. මං ගියේ 27 වගේ. මම ඊට ඉස්සෙල්ලා ගියා නම් මං හිතන්නේ මං තවත් හොඳ ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් වෙනවා. 10,000 නේ 15000ක් විතර ගහන්න තිබ්බා කියලා හිතෙනවා. මොකද තමන් දන්නවා තමන්ගෙන් මෙච්චර එක්ස්පෙක්ට් කරනවා තමන් කීයක් හරි තමන් ඒගොල්ලන්ගෙන් ලබා ගන්නවා. ඉතින් ගොඩාක් ප්‍රෙෂර් එක. ඉතින් මොකද ඒ වගේම තමයි තමන් ඒ සීසන් එකේ හොඳට කරන්න තමයි ඊළඟ අවුරුද්දේ තමන්ට තව කොන්ට්‍රැක්ට් ලැබෙන්නේ. තව ක්ලබ් එකකින් ඉරි වැඩියෙන් දීලා තමන්ව ගන්නෙත් මේ හොඳට කරොත් තමයි. ඉතින් ඒ වගේම තමයි වෙන කන්ඩිෂන්ස් වල සෙල්ලම් කරලා ඒ වගේම තමයි අනිත් ටීම් එකෙත් ඉන්නවා තව ප්‍රෝ කෙනෙක්. ඉතින් සමහරවිට ඔව් හොඳටම පන්දු දාන වෙන රටට ගහපලා තියෙන ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්. මොකද හැම එක්කනටම ඇවිල්ලා ගහන්න බෑනේ. ඉතින් එක්ක හොඳ පිතිකරණය දෙන ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්. ඉතින් ගොඩාක් මම හිතන්නේ යන්න පුළුවන් නම් මේ තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට අඩු වයසෙම මෙහි ක්‍රිකට් එක හැබැයි මේ මිස් කරන්නේ නැතුව මෙහි සීසන් එක මිස් කරන්නේ නැතුව එහෙ ගිහිල්ලා ගහන්න පුළුවන් නම් කොහේ හරි රටක මම හිතන්නේ ඒක මහත් වැදගත් වෙනවා උන්ගේ කරියරකට.
ඔව් ඉතින් ඊටම වැදගත්. එයත් මේ තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට මේ වැඩසටහන නරඹනවා නම් ඔබට අදහසක් ගන්න පුළුවන් ඔබ ඔබේ ක්‍රිකට් ජීවිතය කොහොමද ගොඩනගා ගත යුත්තේ කියලා. ඉතින් ඒ වගේම ඔබ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ඒ කණ්ඩායමට ක්‍රීඩා කළා, ප්‍රාන්ත ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩා කළා, ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න නොලැබුණත් ඔබට ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න ලැබෙන්නේ නැති ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රීඩකයන් එක්ක මොන වගේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් එක්කද ක්‍රීඩා කළේ? ඒ කාලේ ඉතින් මොනවාද ඔවුන්ගෙන් ඉගෙන ගත්තේ? ඔබ දැකපු විශේෂ දේවල් ඒ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ කරන දේවල් තරඟවලට කලින් එහෙමත් නැත්නම් තරඟය තුලදී?
ඔව්. අනිවාර්යයෙන් මම හැම රටක් වගේ එකම ක්‍රීඩා කරලා තියෙනවා. මොකද ඉස්සර තමන් රටකින් ආපුවම ටෙස්ට් ටුවර් එකකට හරි මොන හරි ටුවර් එකකට හරි මෙහෙ සෙල්ලම් කරන උන් එක්ක ප්‍රැක්ටිස් මැචස්. ඉතින් මේ හැම ප්‍රැක්ටිස් මැච් එකකම මම ඉන්නවා. ලකුණුත් ගොඩක් ලබා ගන්නවා. ඉතින් ගොඩාක් හොඳ ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා හොඳ ඒ කියන්නේ හැම රටේම ඔය පොන්ටින් ලද වෝන් ලද ලාර ලද හැම කෙනෙක්ම එක්ක මම ක්‍රීඩා කරලා තියෙනවා. වසීම් අක්‍රම්ලා වකා යුනුස්ලා ඒ හැම ටීම් එකක් ආපුවම මම ක්‍රීඩා කරලා තියෙනවා. මම ලකුණු ලබාගෙන තියෙනවා. මේ අර ලබා එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක ඉතින් ඔවුන් වගේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් එක්ක පන්දුට පාර දීලා හරි පන්දු යවලා හරි ඒ ලැබෙන එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක අපේ ඇවිල්ලා ඩොමස්ටික් සෙල්ලම් කරද්දි මම හොඳට කරන්නේ ඒක තමයි. මොකද ඒ ලෙවල් එකේ ඒ පන්දු යවන්නන්ට ඒ ටීම්ස් වල එක්ක සෙල්ලම් කරාම තමන්ට ඉතින් අපි කියමු දැන් 140ට 150ට පන්දු යවන ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්ට අපිට වැඩි මේ නැෂනල් මේ අපිට ක්ලබ් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් වල අපිට හම්බ වෙන්නේ නැහැ. දැන් මම දැක්කා අද තුදේත් මම ක්ලබ් එකකට ගියාම ඒතරම් හයියෙන් දාන පන්දු යවන්න නෙවෙයි ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරන්නේ. ඉතින් ඒගොල්ලන් එකපාරට ගිහලා නැෂනල් ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් ගහද්දි ඒගොල්ලන් 150ට දාන ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට පන්දු යවන්න ඕන මේ ෆේස් කරන්න ඕන. ඉතින් මට දුක හිතෙනවා ඒගොල්ලන්ට. ඒගොල්ලන්ට ස්ක්වොඩ් එකකට දාපුවම තමයි ඔන්න ශ්‍රී ලංකන් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා ටිකකට මේ හම්බ වෙන්නේ ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න. ඉතින් අර වගේ අපිට ඉස්සර ගොඩාක් හම්බුණා මැචස්. ඉතින් ක්ලබ් ගිහිල්ලා සෙල්ලම් කරාම ඒ හරි ලේසි වුණා ඒ පන්දු යවන්නන්ට ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් ගොඩක් ලැබුණා මං. ඉතින් මෙහෙමයි මේ අපේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාව ඒක තමයි මං කියන්නේ. ගොඩාක් පුළුවන් නම් මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකන් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා ඉන්වෝල්ව් කරගන්න ඕනේ ඩොමස්ටික් ලෙවල් එකේ. මම දන්නවා LPL එහෙම ගහනවා. අපිට ඉස්සර තිබ්බ ප්‍රොවින්ෂල් ටූර්නමන්ට් එකක්. ඒ ප්‍රොවින්ෂල් ටූර්නමන්ට් එකේ තිබ්බ ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ්ස් මම කවදාවත් දැකලා නැහැ මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් වල. ඉතින් මොකද හැම දෙනෙක්ම ගහන්න ඕනේ ක්‍රීඩාව. මම ගියේ සෙන්ට්‍රල් ප්‍රොවින්ස්. මගේ ටීම් එකේ මුරලි සංගා තිලාන් ඒ වගේ හොඳ ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් එක්ක හිටියේ. ඉතින් මම හිතන්නේ ඒ ස්ටෑන්ඩ් මම දන්නේ දැන් ප්‍රොවින්ෂල් ක්‍රිකට් වෙනවද කියලා මම දන්නේ. ඒ ප්‍රොවින්ෂල් ටීම් එක ගැහුවත් ටූර්නමන්ට් එක ගැහුවත් මම දන්නේ මේ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ හැම දෙනෙක්ම සෙල්ලම් කරනවද කියලා. මොකද ක්‍රිකට් ටිකක් වැඩි හින්දා මම හිතන්නේ ඒගොල්ලන්ට රෙස්ට් එකක් ලබා දෙන්න හින්දා මම හිතන්නේ මේ ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ්ස් කොහොමද දන්නේ නැහැ. හැබැයි අපේ කාලේ ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ්ස් ඉහළම තිබෙදී ඒ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක තමයි අපිට උදව් වුණේ අපේ ඩොමස්ටික් ලෙවල් එකේ අපි හොඳට කරන්න වුණා. සමහර කට්ටිය ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් ලෙවල් එකේ හොඳට කරන්න මම හිතන්නේ ඒක තමයි ඒක උදව් වුණේ.
ඔව් ඉතින් ශ්‍රී ලංකාව වෙනුවෙන් ඔබ පළමු පෙළ ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩා කරලා මේ ආකාරයෙන් අවස්ථාව සපයාගත්තා. ලකුණු ලබා ගන්න 10000ක් ලකුණු ලබා ගන්න ඒක කඩයිමක්. ලකුණු 10000 සම්පූර්ණ කරපු සියලු පිතිකරුවන් ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමට ක්‍රීඩා කළා. ඒ වගේම ඔබ කඩලු 250කට වැඩිය දවාගත්ත පන්දු යවන්නෙක්. ඒ වගේම උඩ පන්දු 100කට වඩා රැකගත්ත පන්දු රකින්නෙක්. ඉතින් මේ දේවල් එක්ක ඔබ දකින්න ඇති විදෙස් පුහුණුකරුවන්, විදෙස් ක්‍රීඩකයන්, ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රීඩකයන්, විචාරකයන් ඔබ දකින්න ඇති. කවුරුත් ඇහුවේ නැද්ද ඇයි ඔබ කණ්ඩායමේ නැති කියලා? ඔබට ඒ වගේ මතකයන් නැති, ඔබත් එක්ක කතා කරන්නේ නැති මොකක්ද මේ ප්‍රශ්නේ කියලා කවුරුත් ඇහුවේ නැද්ද ඒ කාලේ?
දැන් ඔය ප්‍රශ්නෙට මම උත්තර දීලා හැම දැන් ඔයා වුණත් පටන් ගත්තේ ඇයි ගැහුවේ නැති කියලා. ඉතින් ඔය ප්‍රශ්නෙට මම උත්තර දීලා ඇති මිලියන ගාණක්. මොකද හැමෝම අහන්නේ මේ ෆස්ට් ක්ලාස් 10000ක් තියලා සමහරවල් මං වෙන්න මං දන්නේ මම විතරද කියලා මේ 10000 ෆස්ට් ක්ලාස් ගහලා මේ රටකට ගහලා නැත්තේ. ඉතින් සමහර දන්නවා ඒ ආගේ දන්නවා ක්‍රීඩකයන් පවා. දැන් ඇමරිකාවට ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නවා ගොඩාක් ඔය ඇවිල්ලා රිටයර් වෙලා දැන් අපේ කට්ටිය ඕස්ට්‍රේලියා ගිහිල්ලා මේ පදිංචි වෙනවා වගේ ගොඩාක් ක්‍රීඩකයෝ රටවල් වලට ගහපු ඇමරිකාවේ ඉන්නවා. ඇවිල්ලා ඒගොල්ලන් බිස්නස් කරගෙන ඒගොල්ලන් වෙන දේවල් කරගෙන ඉන්නවා. ඒගොල්ලන් දැක්ක ගමන් අහනවා ඇයි රටට ගැහුවේ නැත්තේ කියලා. ඉතින් උත්තරේ ඉතින් මම එකම උත්තරේ තමයි දෙන්න වෙන්නේ. ඉතින් මේ දවස් එක මේකක් තමයි 96 වර්ල්ඩ් කප් එක දින්න එක. ඒ දින්න එකෙන් අවස්ථාව අඩු වුණා. ඒ ක්‍රීඩකයෝම මම කියන්නේ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ හොඳ නැහැ කියලා. එතන හිටිය ඔක්කොම හිටිය වර්ල්ඩ් ක්ලාස් ක්‍රීඩකයෝ. නමුත් ඒගොල්ලන් 99 වර්ල්ඩ් කප් එක දක්වා ක්‍රීඩා කරා. ඒගොල්ලන්ට ඔපචුනිටි එක දුන්නා සිලෙක්ටර්ලා කැප්ටන් මං හිතන්නේ මේ ඒ ටීම් එකත් එක්කම 99ට ගියා. මං හිතන්නේ එකක් දෙකක් මේ චේන්ජස් වෙන්න ඇති. ඒක තමයි අපි 99 කියලා පොඩ්ඩක් මං හිතන්නේ හරියට උත්තර කරා කියලා. ඉතින් මේ ඒ හින්දා අපිට ගොඩක් එතන ගොඩක් බලපෑවා. ඉතින් මං කියන්නේ මේ තරුණයන්ටත් කියන්නේ මේ දැන් ගහන ක්‍රීඩකයන්ටත් කියන්නේ ලංකාවේ ක්‍රිකට් ගහනවා නම් මේ හැම දෙයකටම මුණ දෙන්න ඕනේ. මේ මොකද දන්නේ නැහැ සමහරවිට හොඳට ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න පුළුවන් chance එකක් හම්බ වෙන්නේ නැති වෙයි. ඒ වගේ දේවල් ඉස්සර ගොඩක් වුණා. මේ දැන් නම් මං කිව්වා වගේ අර ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා නැහැ. ඉතින් පොඩ්ඩක් හරි හොඳට කරොත් ගමන් කැපී පෙනෙනවා, ගමන්ව ගන්නවා. ඒ වගේම තමයි සෝෂල් මීඩියා වලින් ගොඩාක් මේ ගැන කතා කරනවා. ඉතින් සිලෙක්ටර්ලට වුණත් ප්‍රෙෂර් එක. සිලෙක්ටර්ලා වුණත් දන්නවා මේම ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් ඉන්නවා කියලා. ඉතින් දැන් මේ මං හිතන්නේ එහෙම මං දන්නේ කවුරු හරි එච්චර මේ යයිද කියලා ලකුණු 10000ක් ගන්න. මොකද දැන් ලේසියෙන් කට්ටිය ගිව් අප් කරනවා. සාධාරණයි. ඒගොල්ලන්ටත් ෆැමිලිස් තියෙනවා. ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ ෆියුචර් එක හදා ගන්න ඕනේ. රට දාලා යනවා. ඉතින් ඒක තමයි මේ හැම දෙයකම මං හිතන්නේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් එක මොනවා හරි තීරණයක් ගන්න ඕනේ. ඩොමස්ටික් ලෙවල් එකේ මේ ගෙවන ගණන් හැම හරිම අඩුයි. ඉතින් මම හිතන්නේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් එකේ හැමදාම කියනවා දැන් වුණත් දැන් අපි ගහන කාලේ ඉඳලා මේ අවුරුදු 20ක් ගියා කියමු. ඒ වැඩි වෙලා තියෙන පරතරයේ ප්‍රසන්ටේජ් එක දැක්කහම පව් කියලා හිතනවා මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට. නැෂනල් ටීම් එකට තමයි ඔක්කොම කරන්නේ. නැෂනල් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලාට ගොඩක් ගෙවන්න ඕන එක සාධාරණයි. ඒගොල්ලන් ගොඩක් කැපකිරීම කරනවා. නමුත් ඒ නැෂනල් ටීම් නැෂනල් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා සමහර නැෂනල් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා උතන ඉන්නේ හැම නැෂනල් ප්ලේයර් මේ ඩොමස්ටික් එකක් තියෙන හින්දා. මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් එක තියෙන්නේ ඩොමස්ටික් ක්‍රිකට් එකක් තියෙන ඉඳ. ඉතින් ඩොමස්ටික් ක්‍රිකට් එක තමයි මම කියන්නේ මේ හැම දෙයක්ම වියදම් කරලා මේ හොඳ තත්ත්වයකට ගේන්න ඕනේ කියලා. දැන් අද වුණත් ටීම් 28ක් ගහනවා. ඉතින් බලන්න මොකද්ද ක්වොලිටි කියලා.
ඔව් ඉතින් අපි බලන් ඉමු අනාගතයේදී මොනවද සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ කියලා. ඇත්තටම විවේචනය සාධාරණයි. කෙසේ වෙතත් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ සෑහෙන කාලයක් ක්‍රීඩා කරලා ලකුණු රැස් කරලා උඩ පන්දු රැස් කරලා කඩුළු ලබාගෙන ඔබ අවස්ථාව හදාගන්න ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායමෙත් යම් කාලයක් තේරීම් කමිටු සමාජිකයෙක් වෙනින් පස්සේ එක්සත් ජනපදයට යන්න ඔබ අවස්ථාව හදාගන්න. කොහොමද මේ අවස්ථාව හැදෙන්නේ? කොහොමද ඔබ ඊට ලෑස්ති වුණේ? මොනවාද සපුරපු සුදුසුකම්?
ඔව් ඇමරිකාවට යන්න නම් මං එහෙන් කසාද බැන්දා. මගේ බිරිඳ මෙහෙ හොලිඩේ එකක් ඇවිල්ලා ඉද්දී මට හම්බුණා. ඊට පස්සේ මම මෙහෙ විසිට් කරලා බලද්දී හරි මේ of course අපි මේ කසාද බැන්දා. ඊට පස්සේ මං එයා කිව්වා ඇවිල්ලා බලන්න. හොඳ නැත්තම් අපි ලංකාවට යමු කියලා. ඉතින් මම ගිහිල්ලා මම ඒතකොට තේරීම්
Very good afternoon to all our viewers. Well, South Africa and India set to begin the battle for the second half of this match, all important match. And South Africa now, the over-50s going into bat, and they will be chasing 318 to win, with India batting first, winning the toss in the morning today, making maximum use of the conditions here at the Senanayake Grounds in this IMC Over-50s World Cup, the 5th day's play. And well, India got off to a rousing start of the courtesy of Fakir Dungaria, who made 91 of 103 deliveries, the top scorer, and well supported by a 43 from Ganguly, and Vinyak making 18, just 41 deliveries, and laid down in the order a quick fire 22 from Khan, who picked up his 22 runs in just 13 deliveries. And in that quota of 45 overs, 318 for 7 India. Now setting a target of 318. And well, we are in for a rousing game here. Definitely, the South Africans are going to give a good fight in chasing down this total.
See the South African bowling card, quite expensive one. Not a pretty one if you are a South African fan. Purchase and Smith picking two wickets apart.
Oh, well done, well done.
A great game in our hands. Formidable score of 318. set by India.
Yes, the umpires have walked into the middle. The two teams there, the two batters are also just walking in. The first delivery has been played down gently and no scoring has been done yet. Coming up, and this time bat and pad very close together. And this is what the South Africans over-50s will be having in mind. Set yourself in, take a good look at the wicket, see how the conditions are, and then make sure that you pick up runs and rotate the strike as much as possible. As we see the first run being scored now, that one dropped short and on the back foot punching it down towards the long off region and picking up a single, and South Africa on their way.
India will want to make early inroads to the South African inning.
So the two umpires in the middle, Sarvan Kumar Venkatesan and JR W Vishwakula from Sri Lanka. The two umpires in the middle. So India, the first over, keeping things tight, maintaining a good line, good length, and opening. They're bowling with a spinner. And it's Yaiwa on one and Smith.
Only one.
Yet to open his account, as we see the second run being scored now, driving it down towards the extra cover region. So Smith has picked up one, and the total has now moved to 2. The first over in progress, and Bandari operating from the Torrington end. Left arm over the wicket. Left arm round the wicket and drops his shot, and they'll be punched on the back foot into the sweeper cover region, and that we see is the end of the first over. South Africa have started their chase, 218 to win, 3 for no loss at the end of the first over.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
Well, yes, viewers, a very good afternoon if you are tuning in. This is the IMC Over-50s World Cup happening here in Sri Lanka. 14 countries taking part, including Sri Lanka. In fact, Sri Lanka is battling England today and have been bowled out for 143. They will have to do a lot with the ball to contain the marauding English batters. Well, that's a game for people to keep track of and to see how the Sri Lankans will fare in that all-important game.
Make sure to catch all the cricketing action of the IMC Over-50 World Cup, brought to you live from thepapare.com. You can catch all the live action through our social media and YouTube channel. The Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. As we see the South Africans put on another single.
Yes, so it's Singara into the attack, bowling from the Vijayarama end, bowling in his gentle medium paces. The first delivery has been played down towards the sweeper cover region, and batsman picking up a single in the process. Yes, you're waving the Papare, the Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, as we bring you live coverage from 6 venues as the matches are being played back to back in different venues. In fact, 16 venues in the Western Province, and all these are serious games that are happening. As I said, 14 countries: South Africa, India, Australia, England, West Indies, Sri Lanka, UAE, New Zealand, Canada, Namibia, Wales, Pakistan, Zimbabwe and USA making the 14.
The last delivery by Singara keeping low. First signs of two pace of this wicket. It's played out quite well while the Indians were batting. On the pads.
Well bowled.
Single down onto fine leg.
Superb. Get leg before out here. Ball is keeping low.
So Singara operating from the Vijayarama end. And well, the delivery on the pads to Smith and played it down to the long on region, picking up a single, brings Jaiva into strike. And this time on mid-line egg once again, operating left arm over the wicket. Singara bowling into the pads, and that time getting inside the line of that delivery, playing it off his pads. A delightful stroke, was very much in control as he turned it off his pads and picking up a single in the process. Total moves to 7, second over in progress.
Well, ball, yeah. Run out. Easy.
Straight to
Easy.
mid-off fielder.
Ball, Giri. Hello.
Both batsmen have faced 10 balls each now.
So the South African Over-50s set a target of 319 to win, have progressed to 7, second over in progress. Early days. The two openers taking a good look at the bowling and also the conditions. Not much terrors on the wicket. The wicket has virtually dried out, playing very true now. Of course, it's more or less a two-pace wicket. You see in certain spots, the ball virtually keeping very low, as we did see the last delivery. That time drawing the batsman on the front foot, but of course left arm over the wicket. Ball certainly moving away from the right hand. But this time he brings it in, but yet wrapped outside the line of the off stump. So that cannot be given out. Loud appeal though, and no damage done, no run scored. So Smith settling over his bat, taking a good look at the field, seeing the yawning gaps on both on the on and the off side. Singha this time into the pads once again and played his off his pads. Once again a delightful stroke, connected it well, got his timing right, down towards the mid-wicket boundary, picks up a single. Second over has come to an end. South Africa Over-50s chasing 390 to win, 8 for no loss.
Witness the thrill of the big match season, where school pride is on the line and every run counts. Watch as heroes rise and legends are born. The big match season, live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
In the stamps, very well.
So South Africa taking lease of the third over now. 8 for no loss.
Standing here.
Chasing a target of 319. Bangari to continue from Maitland Crescent end.
आराम से भाई मत कर.
Brings Aiva into strike. He has got 4 runs of 6 deliveries. Looking quite comfortable out there. Stroking the ball with confidence as he moves across the stumps there on the back foot. Covers the line well. That was a length delivery. Would have come on the front foot and pushed it into the offside, but opted to play on the back foot, making use of the crease there. Plays it defensively. No addition to the score. Bandari back again. Left arm round the wicket and this time into the pads that have been turned away. Looking, thought of the second run, but the fielder coming in quickly. Had different ideas as he sends the ball quickly back to the keeper. One more and the double figures for the South African Over-50s. Chasing 219 to win. India Over-50s won the toss in the morning. Opted to bat first. They made 218 in their allotted 45 overs. There we see the big shot coming in and that has been hammered down. That was taken from outside the off stump on the front foot, playing across the line there. Connected it well, timed it well and perfect execution. One bounce over the mid-wicket boundary, 4 runs.
Delightful stroke play there by Aiva. Took the bowler on. There is a fielder at deep mid-wicket. Again tries to go for it, misses it completely. Stumped by the Indian gloveman. Good work there. Bandari saw Smith coming towards him, charging, trying to go for the same shot, dropped it short.
So Smith, rush of blood, which was not required. Got a boundary in the previous delivery. Tossed up delivery just outside the off stump. Dragged him into the shot. Coming down the track, couple of yards. Missed it completely. And the wicketkeeper doing the rest. So good comeback by Bandari. And good bowling. And also the Indians picking up the first South African over-50s wicket. Smith going back, having made 7 in 9 deliveries.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD. Dialogue television නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
So Bandari buying that wicket and South Africa Over-50s gifting that wicket, so to say, Shaminder. And certainly had a boundary in the previous delivery. 10 runs on the board already and still into the third over. And rush of blood, which was not necessary at this moment. And certainly the South Africans would be well advised to settle down and just push for the initial singles and the twos to build up a sound start where the rest of the batters can capitalize.
Yeah, there was definitely a surprising shot selection there by Smith. He just picked up a good boundary. Just needed to rotate the strike, settle himself in as well. Still very good for this South African inning.
Bandari following up that delivery with an arm ball. That ball came in quickly, skidded through as well on middle and off. And certainly now tightening things up as we see the third over coming to an end. 15 for 1. South Africa Over-50s chasing 219 to win, with India Over-50s setting a target of 218 to chase.
Jaldi boys! Hurry up boys!
So 319 is a target. 318 was a score that was made by the Indian Over-50s batting first. Made maximum use of the condition. Initially there was a little bit of assistance to the bowlers. The bowlers seaming around and keeping a little low at times. There was uneven bounce. It was virtually a two-pace wicket. But the Indians got over the initial part of it, of a couple of good contributions, 91. And then also that was off the bat of Fakir Dungaria. And then there's Ganguly, chanced his arm around. There was another half century way down the batting lineup as well, which helped the Indian Over-50s to get to 318 in their 45 overs.
Again, playing across the line.
Well done, boy!
Leon's making the mistake of playing across the line. That ball pitching on middle and leg, going on to hit the middle and the leg stump, no doubt about it. Caught plumb in front. Now a rush of blood, which is totally unnecessary as far as the South African Over-50 is concerned. There are plenty of overs available, and this is the early days yet, still into the third over, and they are certainly losing their cool and also at the same time losing their wickets, and India making merry. No, it's just a half-hearted shot. So umpire Vishwakula that time raising the dreaded finger. The batsman having absolutely no chance at all, playing all over it, ball pitching on mid-line leg, off a good length, and trying to play across the line. Very unfortunate indeed. And well, India certainly capitalizing now, putting the pressure on the South African Over-50s. A big score to chase down, and all what is really required as far as the South African Over-50s batters are concerned is to keep calm, keep cool, and then build their innings, push for the singles, push for the twos, and keep the scoreboard ticking, rotate strike, and throw it back at the Indian Over-15 bowlers. Once again on mid-line leg, and ball going away from the right-hander, opening the face of the bat, running it down towards the point region, can't beat the 30-yard circle. The fielder swooping down on it from point. No chance of a run being taken. So Singara operating from the Vijayarama end. Bowling his second over. Have picked up a wicket already.
Very defensive by Russell there. Playing the ball on its merit.
So good defensive shots being played by Russell. Good technique, bat and pad very close together. Head over the pitch of the ball, and seems to be quite calm out there. Taking a good look at the bowling.
Well done, oh, power!
And all what a batsman will be required to do is just stay there. The runs will just start coming. Yawning gaps both on the on and the off side. Lightning speed outfield here at Senanayake Grounds. You beat the infield and there won't be anybody to stop it. The ball will just speed through, and as we saw during the Indian innings, you beat a fielder and you're sure of a boundary. This time a quicker delivery, forcing the batter to bring the bat down quickly there, but he does it well, and then gets his placement right as well between mid-wicket and the long on field, picking up 2 runs in the process. Score moves to 17 for 2 at the end of 4 overs.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning.
Wow. I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
So dry, humid conditions here at the Senanayake Grounds in Colombo 7 Mayton Crescent. And we have a match happening at the MCA Grounds, Berkata Cricket Grounds. And then behind us we have the SSC Grounds as well. So plenty of cricketing venues, lots of infrastructure to promote the game of cricket here in Colombo 7 Mayton Crescent. CCC Grounds, NCC Grounds, and then we also have the Torrington Square, where lots of other sporting activities happens as well. That's behind us. And it's Bandari back again, operating from the Torrington end. Has given away 10 runs, bowling his third over. Has kept it very tight. Good length, good line, and making the batsman taking the chances. And they did take some chances. Process.
And again, oh, very close one again. Touch and go there. Unnecessary risk from the South African batters. But the Indian bowlers definitely have kept things tight. Did not bowl too many looseners. Kept on putting pressure on the South African batsmen.
So fits and starts. The call was there from the non-striker. It was his call. And the striker there turned to look at the ball, where the ball ended up in the field down at short square leg region, and just escaping there by a whisker, just managing to get regain his grounds at the non-striker's end, and seems to have hurt himself as well as he took off for that single.
Probably the midday heat getting to the players now. Cramping up.
So plenty of water, salt will be required for the players. Oh, that looks like a hamstring injury now. That doesn't look good. Yes, one of the dreaded injuries, and these are gentlemen who are all over 50s and playing brilliant cricket here, keeping themselves extremely fit. They have adapted to the conditions pretty well, both the South Africans, the Indians, the Australians, the English, well, they're enjoying themselves, though it's hot, humid conditions here. And well, they have been giving it all what they had out in the field. When they were fielding, they were throwing themselves, and now taking those quick short singles, and then the bowlers with big hearts, lion hearts, running down, and then also making sure they continue to bowl, and then also, mind you, playing these games back to back, Shaminder. Now that's what is taking a toll on these players.
Definitely, fitness has to be at its peak. Young men here, young boys, just over 50 years of age.
Just over 50s with big hearts in them, and well, they're trusting their physical capabilities and abilities, and well, they are certainly giving it all what they got.
And also an undying passion for the sport.
Well, yes. Well, you know, you are still a young man, Shaminder, but me, I'm now over 60s, and I know the amount of walking I need to do, the cardios, the stretching I do, and then luckily, having done some sports in the past, have managed to keep myself occupied, and then also hit the gym on and off. But more often than not, be careful with your diets, and then we also make sure that your intake of water is always very consistent, and then very importantly, doing and taking part in your cardio activities.
For sure, keeping fit is always an important aspect of life. These gents in the middle, great examples of them. Setting a great example for young lads like us as well to keep at it. Definitely inspiring. As we see Bandari continue his third over.
Good variation. Keep going, lads, keep going.
Well, Bandari certainly keeping things very tight. The line and length has been impeccable so far. Tossing that odd ball up, inviting the batsman to take the chance, if possible give the charge, come down the track, as he did so to invite Smith. Didn't read the line well, was beaten in flight, and the bails were taken off behind. And well, that's what is on offer for the South African over-50 batters. Good spin bowling attack from the Indians. Keeping things tight. 5 overs have been completed. South Africa over-50s chasing 319 to win have progressed 18 for 2 after 5 overs.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujitha 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
18 for 2, South Africa, an uphill task in terms of chasing down the score. I was hit that over mid-off for 4. Good start to the 6th over, 22 for 2 South Africa. I'm joined by Andrew Emsley. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Nice to be here.
What do you reckon in terms of South Africa's chances in pulling this through, Andrew?
Well, we haven't had the ideal start, but we've got a very good batting lineup, so with some sensible batting, I think the game is wide open still.
Coming to that first essay, where do you think you all went wrong in terms of the runs? Did you think that you all did bowl tighter lines, or was it the conditions? Was it the fatigue that kicked in somewhere after 30 overs?
Firstly, it was the Indians batted really well. The field is small and fast, so they were rewarded for some good shots. The bowling was good. The bowling wasn't at all loose. It was just really good batting.
I think, like you said, you get full value for your shots at the Senanayake Grounds. It's not too big, Boundaries on average 50 meters on either side. And Yahya Aiwa, he's in full form. We did see his super knock against the Aussies.
Yes, he likes to play his shots. He's not the quickest between the wickets, but he makes up for that with some very good shot making. So this situation will suit him perfectly. Russell Crook on the other end, he opens the batting normally in his province. Also a very good stroke maker.
Beautifully clipped away. That's over mid-wicket. That's running down to the boundary for 4. Excellent shot by Yahya Aiwa.
That's a trademark shot from him. He loves to flick it over mid-wicket. And that's what we need to do as South Africa. They just need to keep the run rate ticking over and bat deep. The last 15 overs could yield a lot of runs as the fielders get a little bit tighter. The 50-year-old leg starts moving a bit slower. So this game is on.
It's been a very good over for the South Africans. 10 runs thus far with one more ball to go. Once again beautifully driven, but straight to short extra cover. 6 gone, 28 for 2 South Africa.
Witness the thrill of the big match season, where school pride is on the line and every run counts. Watch as heroes rise and legends are born. The big match season, live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
So we lost 2 early wickets, which was not ideal. Vian Smith, after playing a lovely slog sweep for 4, came down the wicket and ran past the ball. And then the skipper came in and he was very disappointed to be adjudged LBW. Haven't had a chance to see the replay, but he was most disappointed coming off the field. But left arm over the wicket bowler, you always a candidate for LBW, so not the ideal start for us.
Singara to continue. It's from the SSC end. It's the fact that the South Africans have to rebuild themselves after the loss of these 2 wickets. Chasing 319, the required run rate has climbed up to 7.5. So they'll have to look at, very unfortunate, inside edge onto the stumps. And that brings the end of Russell Crook's innings. Not what the South Africans wanted, Andrew.
Yeah, that was disappointing. That ball did keep a bit low. And that will certainly be pleasing for the Indians. Looks like that was actually a slightly faster ball. Looks like his arm ball, he didn't turn it. It may have rushed Russell somewhat. So that ends the game for Russell. He won't look back on this match with fond memories. Bowled 2 overs for, I think it was 34 runs, and hasn't bothered the scorers too much. But that's cricket. He'll be back. He's a top-class player. He'll be back.
Absolutely. Cricket is a great leveler, they say. You have your ups and downs. Unfortunately, not the game for Russell Crook to remember.
In next is Andre Steyn, also a very accomplished player. It's only his 2nd game of the tour, of this competition, so he'll be keen to get stuck in. Went out first ball against Australia, LBW. So he'll be keen to make amends and show what he's worth.
Once again, we see the replay. Like you mentioned, it's an arm ball. It was faster. The ball going on with the arm, taking the inside edge. Great pictures here brought to you by thepapare.com, powered by Dialogue. Andre Steyn marks his stance.
The coverage has been incredible. On all the grounds that they're playing, they've got cameras and really good angles. Wonderful for the supporters in the different countries watching this.
Kudos to the production teams across all grounds, streaming six matches concurrently. Great stuff by the Papare crew. Thank you very much. Dialogue as we see Bandari at first ball. Once again darting that in. They've bowled very tight lines. I think they have not given anything too loose.
Yes, he's bowled no loose balls, and that always puts the pressure on the batsman.
Oh, that's close, but going on with the arm, the umpire shaking his head.
I think there might have been a little bat on that. 2 balls left in the over.
So again the replay, the ball is new. He did put his front foot across.
That was a good shot. I suspect he got a bit of bat on it because it was a pretty good shot.
Not reading. Andre Stein.
Andre Stein feeling the pressure.
They'll have to break the shackles at some point. Don't you think, Andrew?
Again, managed to just get bat on that before it is pad, fortunately.
It's a great over.
Yeah.
A wicket made by Bandari. 28 for 3, South Africa after 7 overs.
That is a great over. 2 for 11 or 4 overs. That's superb pressure he's putting onto the batting side.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ, යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් ද පපර ටීවී එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂන් නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Scoreline should read 28 for 3 after the end of 7. Still see the change. Yahya Ayuba to face not Bandari, but the dreaded line is 291 runs more of 228 balls. I think it's an Everest to climb for South Africa.
Yes, this run rate is creeping up to a level that is rather uncomfortable. But a partnership is crucial now to South Africa's chances.
This time comes down the track. There is protection in the deep mid wicket. Looking at how Ayuba has been going about his business, he's very strong off his pads. The wicket too is playing well. The ball is newer, so the ball is coming onto the bat very nicely. You can play your shots through the line. I think looking at how the South Africa-Australia game went about too, I think the Australians managed to pull out a remarkable victory, probably keeping wickets in hand, don't you think, Andrew?
Yes, they were needing about 12 and over at one stage, and with wickets in hand, anything's possible. So that's the...
Yeah, I couldn't believe what I saw because I was giving commentary that day at the BRC. I thought Vian Smith bowled a fantastic spell. But just after his spell, that's when we saw the runs leaking.
Yes, and there was some excellent batting. To score 12 and over in the last 10 overs, it was a good ask. And I know the South African team was gutted after that. They felt that they had the game in the bag with 10 overs to go. So it just shows this game of cricket can turn rather quickly. So and that's Andre's first run in the World Cup, first run in his project colours. He'll be mighty relieved about that.
Sure would have had a lot of butterflies in his stomach until he got that one run. Now that he's underway, he has a lot of work to do out there in this heat sun beating down hard in Colombo. Let alone the heat, the humidity levels are very high as the next one is smashed over the bowler's head for 4. Yahya Aiwa, South Africa's hope, 34 for 3 after the end of 8 overs.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
Come on, lads. One more wicket here. Just bowl in stumps.
So 34 for 3 after 8. Yahya Jiwa's not fond of quick running, so he makes up with it with some lusty hitting, and that was a powerful blow down the ground. And we look forward to some more of that.
So just to understand from your end, Andrew, how as I think gentlemen who are over 50 years old, how do you all manage the workload, the fitness levels, the recoveries? How has it been thus far playing this tournament?
Well, we've been fortunate in that we played one game and then had a bye the next day, so we had a 2-day break, and then we had 2 games in a row and another rest day. So we've only played, this is our 4th game, so we've been fortunate that they've been quite well spaced for us. The focus has been taking in as much liquid as possible. We're used to the heat in South Africa, but this heat seems to be a little bit more relentless, and it starts much earlier in the day. And the evenings are also hot, so most evenings we've converted from water to beer in our hydration.
That's very well put. But nonetheless, I think whatever that makes you all fitter and helps you all to recover is what's crucial. By no means is it an easy feat.
We've also had a lot of fun trying out the different Sri Lankan dishes, working out what's good to eat.
Any chances with the kottu roti? Have you tried the kottu?
Not yet. We'll have to look out for that one. We've tried quite a few different dishes, a lot of seafood curries, mutton curries.
They swept. There is protection.
Unfortunately finds a fielder. And that's what India were able to do. Every time they breached the infield, they managed to hit into the gap for 4.
And in terms of the composition of the team, do most of you all come from various parts of South Africa? Is it concentrated to a particular
Yeah, our
area?
team is from all over South Africa. We've got about 4 from Cape Town area, Cape Town, Boland, Stellenbosch area, 4 or 5 from there, and then another 4 from the east, 5 from the Eastern Cape, Port Elizabeth and East London.
Okay.
And some from Johannesburg area.
That's great to know.
Andre Steins from Pretoria, and Jiwa is actually he was born in India, but he's been in South Africa for about 30 years, and he lives in the very north of the country in a place called Louis Trichardt, very close to the border with Zimbabwe.
So no one from Durban?
Nobody from Durban.
So we'll continue. That's 9 gone. 36 for 3.
Pleasure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, one champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
මම ගජමෑන්.
Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners cooking out.
Look at this. The biggest budget.
This is stunning.
I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on Asia.
Pride is on the line and every round counts. Watch as Hero View app at thepapare.com.
Back live, there is a bowling change from the Vijay Ramamao at the end.
Even facing his the umpires there checking on the laws of the game. So I think we're going to see a runner come.
There should be a provision for this version. This time it takes the top edge. The catch has been comfortably taken. Let's wicket number 4. Swept. Yahya.
He was out. He comes limping off.
Oh, great catch. Not easy. Yahya Ayuba is dismissed for 20. He was striking at the run ball. Gun of the bowling of Sharma. 26 for 4. South Africa.
Next in is the skipper, Mario Solomons. He's had a good tournament with the bat.
The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති.
The Papare TV HD Dialogue Television නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා
මම ගජමෑන්.
It's Mario Solomons, the captain, who's taking strike. Past the 250 mark. This is the wicket. The replay. Swirling ball.
Catch there.
क्या बात है सुपर्ब क्या भी
Somebody walking beyond the bowler's arm. That's,
good turn.
India couldn't have wished for a better first 10 overs.
Start to the second innings for the Indians. A great first phase. 10 overs gone.
Life is good. Things are spicy in here.
Out Thursdays on Food Network.
It has gone beyond the 8 runs per over mark. Off the mark, and Stain is on 2. Sharma. That had a bit of turn.
Certainly the Indians turning it on now, and South Africa, well, one would say that they have sort of they themselves are to blame the situation, that strong counter attack to chase down these 390, but it was not to be so. They got off to a race, things went out of hand with the batsmen losing their concentration, and now they have difficult, but they get back into this game from this point onwards. And remember, after Bandari also, there are a couple of other good spinners in the Indian ranks.
Yes, that was very well bowled. Went on with the arm by Bandari. Loud appearing on past the leg stump. Another arm ball. Nevertheless, the man out in the middle, the important umpire says no.
Coming round the wicket, certainly the angle is taking the ball away from the leg stump. Even the two following deliveries, similar lines, similar length, and spinning into the right hand, down towards the short square leg region, and picking up a single in the process.
282 runs required. This time, Pesh. One bounce and 11 overs. South Africa 37 for 4.
ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ youth එකට set කරන ඕනම event එකක් the cooperative එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි
සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Dig deep into the nitty-gritty. Be inspired.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. The Papare TV, Dialogue View app, and thepapare.com.
Umpires as well as the fielders. The water being brought in, and now comfortable now to start the next phase. South Africa Over-50s chasing 2, 3, 4, tottering at the moment, and certainly work cut out for them. The Indian spinners.
And Solomon's. Quick single, well taken. That's what's required. Work the long haul. It's easier to negotiate. And there's plenty of runs available. There's a very fast
Teasing line and length maintained by him. Giving the ball plenty of air as well. Bowling to the South African Over-50s captain. Solomons on strike.
Long on for a single. He's off the mark.
Looking good, fellas.
So very chirpy wicket keeper behind the stumps. A lot of encouragement.
Well done, Fakir. Well done, well done. Well bowled.
So Sharma the point fielder, and Fakir does the cleaning up. 12th over.
Some tight bowling by the two left-arm spinners.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here.
Playing sweep shot very well.
It's a very long afternoon coming up at the Senanayake Grounds. The South very quiet to go at about almost 9 runs and over. Currently, they are on 3.25 runs and over.
back foot towards mid wicket. Works a single. Solomons. Bandari will continue. His 7th over is captured to go on with the arm, and on the other hand, you have gets a bit of more turn compared to Bandari.
Certainly, the Indian spinners good exponents of the wrist ball for the big shots, and here comes the first one, and that's a tossed up delivery on midland leg and occasion, and heaving at it, and it has gone over line at long on, or is it one bounce?
Hit, kept his shape, didn't try to hit it too hard. Slows it slightly, goes it a little shorter compared to the previous delivery. Makes the adjustment, waiting for that opportune moment to pounce on anything too full. This time, wild swing. Bandari slows it, gets a swing of Stain. Oh, he wouldn't like to see play. Not a good shot.
Anything short, anything up to him, Stain will go for it. And that's what he was trying to do at that occasion. And here he is now playing off his hand on that occasion. Hit purposefully in the air and clears the boundary. A brilliant boundary. You are seeing 319 to win, 50 for the loss of 4 wickets.
So 11 runs off that 13th over. Best of get closer to the target of 319. And we have in of
Dinesh Kumar Sharma.
Dinesh, that action gets a bit of turn, and interestingly, Solomon
Only one.
Well, you can see Solomon's is batting his feet, and anything tossed up, you can see that he's giving the charge. He wants to get to the pitch of the delivery and play his shots.
Sharma bowling his third over. He's tosses it up and nicely driven toll out of it. In the meantime, the strike and ensure that you build on a partnership and don't allow that required run rate to go beyond. And in the meantime, a single taker.
Late call, you have to be ready.
Always a risk. Never run on a misfit. Unfortunately, the fancy footwork didn't cost either. Be mindful and alert for any run-making opportunity.
Staying to play from the crease, a dangerous ploy by him. The ball is spinning into him, and I think they must mixing things up, and he'll have to be very watchful to make
towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. Couple of bouncers. There was the protection, but this fast outfield means that
but picking the correct deliveries to hit and then making sure that he is maintaining over. Right now going close to around 4, so they don't want to fall too far behind, but at the same time they realize the two South African over-50 batsmen, Solomons and Steyn, that they need to...
Dare will continue his spell. He's bowled 7.1 overs, 5 runs. He might finish his quota of 9 overs. Bowling non-stop. 3. No turn, just went on with the arm. And fortunately for Solomons, his back leg came in the way. If not, it would have been curtains for the batsman.
Pulling back on length more often than not, and keeping things tight and creating the mind of the batsman. Steyn looks much more comfortable. He is using his feet well, coming on the square of the wicket, and certainly using the long hand to good effect as well.
Yes, and that is beautifully played. That's a big hit. Uses his long levers, packs a punch over the long on region for a 6. Effortless batting. It's got to the pitch of the delivery. And as we mentioned, he's not imparting that much of spin. Went with the shot and the boundary 50s. And while we search for the ball, Steyn.
You're certainly right. That was a splendid shot. He was more or less waiting for that, and Steyn taking up the challenge, came down a couple of yards, got to the pitch of the delivery, and one big hit, and the ball just going over the side screen and perhaps over the perimeters of the ground as well. And well, now it seems so good hit by the South. Well, Smith giving the charge, lost sight of the delivery, very comfortably stamped, and on the second occasion there was a batsman playing across the line and wrapped on for a delivery which was short outside the off stump, got a thick inside edge and castled.
The arm, and the batsmen have perished searching for the turn. And Dinesh Kumar is more conventional, although he bowls with an open chested action, imparts a lot more turn and contrasting styles. But Dari will continue this time. Well played by Solomon. Sifi for 4.
What is your plan for the next cricket private limited? Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism? Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 1249.
भाई लोग एक विकेट कॉम्प्लीसन नहीं होना
To the South Africans, 65 for 4 or 15, an uphill task for them chasing this target of 309.
Making good connect there, Stain. Pink ball as well. Hard Duke.
These look solid, but Stain has a few shots earned him and the South African team some crucial boundaries to up Greens 254 runs of 179 balls.
But critical for South Africa to have some big hand. Just 15 overs into. They would want to see through at least the next 10 overs this pair.
Clear set of balls, please.
Clears the uprights of the rugby poster as well. Technically, 8 points.
He's really up the ante here at the Senanayake Grounds once again. Very well. He's tall, has long levers. The ball was right in his arc for him to follow through with the shot
from an over-50s young lad. Just imagine the strength and power he would clear the ground and made it to the apartment block.
1 wicket here, boys. Taking chances.
Quite an expensive over. 9 of it rather.
Solomon's on the knowing how Stain is striking that ball. If he can rotate the strike, get the singles and
anchor roll here.
Very well bowled. Very well
that Stain is in. Probably seeing the ball as a football now. So it would be best to get him on strike as much as possible. Last delivery of Sharma is over.
South Africa's last wicket was Yahya. At the crease could have caused a lot more damage for the Indians, but nonetheless, some last blows we saw in the last over and in the previous one. Sharma the end.
Pass.
Bandari to bowl his last over. Last over of his spell. He's bowled 8 on the trot.
Commendable effort indeed. Fitness. Physical fitness has to be even more important.
Talk about it. We run 1 kilometer today. Tomorrow we're flat on the bed, just hoping that we'll be able to recover in a days or two time. But going, they've upped the rate from 3.5. Now they're 244 of 172 balls, still gettable.
Only one. Well done.
It's quite evident South Africa will want to bring that requirement at a 8.5 and over.
Feel that's what he must be gasping for breath. Rotating the strike, and this is how they'll be expected to do for the next 15 overs or so as they consolidate during this phase of the chain.
Certainly sounded like a chance to the com box.
Bold.
I was just about to say it. Toward the bat. Wicketkeeper maybe standing a little early there. Bandari's last delivery of his allocated overs ends with figures of 2 for 38.
It's a 4.59, close to 7.8 runs. There's still a lot of work to do.
South Africa definitely do have a chance in this game. It's not completely out of the grasp. They did lose a couple of quick wickets, which rocked the ship a little.
I think wickets will be the key from this point on. They no wickets to fall because they've already lost four of them. It's very crucial that they maintain foundation and arrive to the 35th over, probably with about 100 more runs to get. I think
the bowlers and fielders will also tire towards the end of the inning.
See some support for both teams. This is the lovely stance, the infrastructure, very impressive, mind you.
Friends and family.
What a shot!
Nasty shot. Beautiful shot by Stain there. Straight over.
So crisply. Fabulous shot. And they say the safest batting is to go over the bowler's head. Look at that. In the slot. In his 6 runs.
Beautiful, beautiful batting by Stain. Lovely to watch.
Oh. This is what pressure can do to you. Runs on the board and runs coming thick and fast.
To finish off strong in the latter 3. South Africa have got their runs for this over, so they just want to rotate the strike in these last 2 deliveries at least, just keep putting.
Bit of football by Sharma, crucial one in that. Had he passed, was running down to the boundary.
Yes, well bowled. Yes.
Good comeback by Dinesh Sharma.
Good comeback. Good comeback.
Keep things tight after conceding.
Come back, boys. Good comeback. 1 wicket here.
Deliveries have been dots as he bowls the last ball of his 5th over. Time he goes across. There is a fielder and he pouches that safely. The big blow for the South Africans. Andre Steyn, who looks so impressive with the bat. 43 or 43 finds the fielder deep mid wicket. I think much needed wicket for the Indians. Well rewarded, must say, Dinesh Sharma, bowling very patiently after conceding 10 runs in the first 2 deliveries. Nonetheless, excellent knock by Andre Steyn. 43 or 44 caught by Charles at deep mid wicket of the bowling of Sharma.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
See the replay of the last wicket on the stain. Big fish that the Indians have managed to gulp. This makes life a lot more harder for the South Africans now.
Questionable shot selection there by Steyn. South Africa had already piled on 10 runs off the first 2 deliveries, of the first 4 deliveries of the over. There was no need for that shot. We just needed to rotate the strike. The runs they needed for the over had already come. Dion Cruz is the new batsman for South Africa.
The forced change in bowling with Bandari finishing his spell. Another left-armer, mind you, some left-arm spinners in this Indian lineup. Dongaria, who has taken up the ball from the Vijayaram end.
Dongaria just missed out on his century with the bat. Would want to put a good spell with the arm as well. Misfield. Allows for Cruz to take his first runs of this inning. In his first delivery. Picks up a boundary. Loosener by Dongaria, but needed a better effort there by the fielder. A short cover. Dongaria on the leg side this time. Called the wide by the umpire.
They're not trying to turn the ball on that occasion. Bowling it straight and fast, the ball going on with the arm. The previous one, I think, was a rank long hop. The batsman had all the time in the world to rock back and smack that anywhere on this park. I think he's realized that he cannot get the pace that he wants by bowling orthodox left-arm spin. He's turned to bowling straight deliveries, cross seam, holding the ball upright, not trying to give that ball a tweak. Much better comeback from Dongaria.
There has been a bit of spin on this wicket as well, Harun. It's not like there has been no purchase for the spinners. As soon as the ball was given a bit of air, did grip a little. Cracks most certainly starting to appear. Down the leg side, probably clipped the pad on the way. Isn't called the wide by the umpire. Required run rate, still a TV 8.6.
That occasion he tossed it up. Wasn't afraid to give the ball a little bit of football at short fine leg. As the batsmen do not cross over, so the score remains at 94 for 5 after 19 South Africa.
Solomons and Cruz currently operating for South Africa in the middle. 94 for the loss of 5 after 19 overs. Saw some hefty batting by Andres Steyn. Unfortunately losing his wicket to a lapse in concentration perhaps.
double bowling change for the Indians. It's Masood that's operating from the Vijayarama end, right arm off spin. Boy, the required run rate keeps climbing for the South Africans. Technically, couple of boundaries and over is what they need to bring them up to speed. Really bank on these two batsmen, probably the last two mainstays in terms of their batting lineup.
Still wicket is not predictable, boys. Still wicket
Not
is
a
not
difficult
predictable.
ground to score runs at as well. Big gaps, fast outfield. Just need to get the ball past the infield. But at the moment,
Wasn't that close?
Well bowled, yaar.
Lazy stuff there by Cruz, not following the basics where you're taught to crease your bat. Just plodding the bat on top. Pretty dangerous stuff. No harm either way. But like you said, Shamindra, full value for your strokes in this ground. Fast outfield, short boundaries.
What a ball, yaar. What a ball.
What's not helped the South African cause is the tight bowling of the Indians. Yes, Onderstein took on the Indian bowlers in spite of them being good deliveries. But apart from that, no one has been able to really make amends.
What a ball, yaar. What a ball. Pran Sahab.
going through with the arm there,
Circle pe rehna.
hitting the outside edge. Haven't seen much footwork from Solomons. Oh, switches it up, tries to. Lucky to get the bottom edge. Would have been plumb in front had he missed it. Brings us to the end of the 20th over. South Africa 96 for the loss of 5.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
So very good afternoon to all our viewers. If you're just tuning in, yes, you're watching this live coverage coming from the Senanayake Grounds. This IMC Over-50s World Cup. The match between Indian Over-50s and the South African Over-50s. And take this opportunity to welcome Andrew Emsley, who is a player of the South African team. And we'll hold that back for a wee bit because it seems South Africa Over-50s have lost a wicket here. It's Cruz. That was a short pitch delivery on the off stump. He was trying to force that away on the offside. Hit it uppishly straight to the extra cover fielder. And the South Africa Over-50s loses their 6th wicket.
That was a disappointing shot. Short outside off stump and he simply chipped it to cover. He will be fuming about that. And that is the first nail going into the coffin. But Mario Solomons is standing strong there still. Next in is Tyron Henderson, known to swing the willow very lustily. So we don't expect him to be holding back. And it would be certainly entertaining to watch his next few overs.
Absolutely. Dion Cruz disappointed as he walks back. And, well, a little bit of bottom hand on that occasion. Couldn't keep the ball down. He was trying to force it away on the offside. It was there to be hit, though. He couldn't get it to the gap. And as we were talking about it, Andrew, see what happened with the South African Over-50s innings is that they became a little bit too ambitious with their stroke play. This wicket is a dry pitch. The ball is very even. The bounce is very predictable. And they could have certainly got the runs if they had got an eye, settled down, and then waited for things to happen.
Yeah, I agree. I think scoreboard pressure is always there when you're chasing over 300. And instead of building that innings, we lost wickets from early on. And often after we'd scored a boundary, the next shot would also be a big shot, and then we'd lose a wicket. Steyn played beautifully for his innings and then played an unnecessary shot to the boundary. And yeah, so
Certainly right. Stein certainly played a brilliant hand. And his 44 coming in even time. And while he was out in the middle, there was a glimmer of hope for the Proteas over-50s. He looked very good using the long hand with a good effect. And certainly throwing it back to the Indian bowlers. Anything pitched up to him, anything short of length, he was very severe down the ground, and then also very good on playing on either side of the wicket, square of the wicket as well.
that's two very solid four defensives from Tyrone Henderson. I think it's probably the first time in his life he's blocked 2 balls in a row. So you can expect in the next ball or two that he will unload.
Fakir Dungaria got 91 top scored for the Indians. Drops his shot, and Tyrone, well, couldn't get his placement right. Straight to the extra cover fielder. There we see the 21st over coming to an end, and the South African over-50s chasing 319 to win, 96 for 6 at the end of 21 overs.
Superb.
So, welcome once again to Andrew Emsley, one of the players, registered players of this South African over-50s side. I believe that you have been to Sri Lanka before.
Yes, well bowled.
No, this is our first visit.
Okay.
So
a
couple of the guys have been here before, but most of us it's our first visit here, and also the first time to play cricket here. Very hot conditions, but we've been impressed with the condition of the facilities. The pitches have been really good to bat on, and the hospitality has also been fantastic.
That's very pleasing to hear. But that is something which we bank on all the time. This is a country where people are quite friendly, and they take everything in a very light vein, whether it is sports or any other activity as well. But cricket very much a focal point here with the Sri Lankans, and we have had a very good relationship with the Proteas, particularly with be it playing cricket and then also following your rugby as well.
Yes, we've noticed that there's a lot of rugby fields around, and rugby being played around Sri Lanka. As you mentioned, the Sri Lankans are very friendly. I would call them gentle people. Everybody we've met has been really such nice people, and I don't think that personality trait is great for rugby, because you're certainly not gentle on a rugby field.
Well, you're certainly right. Well, we don't have the big frames like you do back home, but we take our rugby quite seriously. I myself played quite a lot of rugby during my college time. As we see, the 7th wicket falling, this time playing across, and Masood giving the air on that occasion, and the batsman Tyrone playing across the line, not connecting, not getting better to ball, deceived on the flight there. The ball going through straight with the arm, hitting him on the back foot, and right in front there, umpire had no hesitation in raising the finger, and the South Africa over-50s loses their 8th wicket.
Yeah, that one was missing leg, and it was also missing off, but it certainly wasn't missing middle.
So
මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
So welcome back to the Senanayake Grounds. This is the match, the IMC Over-50s between India and the South African Over-50s. India batting first in the morning, won the toss and took the game to the South Africans and posting a huge total of 318 in their 45 overs and throwing it at the Proteas and setting them a huge target of 319. Well, unfortunately though, they have not been able to get enough runs on the scoreboard, so to say. They lost 6 wickets in the process as well, 96 for 6. And now they have a very tall order, and one wonders from this point onwards what the strategy will be and then how they will plan their game.
Yeah, Ghulam Talib is in next. He's coming in 9 today. He's usually a top 4 batsman, so he knows how to use his bat. But 97 for 7. I think the first aim now is for South Africa to avoid the follow-on.
Yep, 22 overs have been completed. 97 for 7, chasing 319 to win South Africa Over-50s.
Mama Gajaman.
Yes.
So the tournament now getting off to an important phase, and some of these teams having mixed fortunes.
Single serving.
And some of the teams have been unbeaten so far. England, Australia, when Sri Lanka was unbeaten. But today's game against England, they fared pretty poorly. They got only 143. We're yet to see the scores though. And England at one stage was 26 for the loss of 1 wicket. We'll wait for some scores on that.
So Ghulam to face up. Second ball is facing.
One more leg before.
Oh, he chips that down the ground.
Ball stops and comes.
Off the leading edge, I think.
Wapas piche.
And takes the score to 99. Solomons has been a little bit slow, but he's been forced to be that as the wickets have been falling around him. And he gets...
Spoke a little bit too early. There he is, giving the charge, taking the ball on the fall and hammering that, powering it away over mid-wicket for 6 runs. Well, that looked a good shot. Intentions very clear. And Solomons, well, he has been using the crease very well. That's quite deep in the crease, using the depth of the crease. And he has been sort of playing a mind game with the Indian bowlers as well. And whenever it is tossed up, he has given the charge and tried to take the ball on full, if not at half volley level, and then play his shots.
Yeah, he's been forced to play against his natural instincts here, and now he's starting to let loose. Another 4, and I think he's decided that it's no good sitting around on the end at the other end watching everybody throwing their wickets away, that he better make some runs while he's there. So
well, he certainly is getting a move on here. And once again at Australia delivery, advancing down the track, a cross-batted shot there, taking the ball from way outside the off stump, couple of bounces and into the mid-wicket boundary.
He had 2 great innings the last 2 matches, leading from the front. Oh, and I think he's been done. Great flight there from Dungaria, and Solomons has gone past. It's gone past his outside edge, and the keeper did the rest.
Well, you are certainly right. That was a very good delivery, bowled by Fakir Dungaria. Gave the ball air, deceived him in flight there. Solomons giving the charge and missed the ball, and the wicketkeeper doing the rest. That was a good take behind the stumps, almost at shoulder high, and taking the bails off immediately. And Solomons make the long walk back. And for 18 and 8 wickets down, South Africa chasing 319 to win.
Yeah, that's a real pity. Good effort there by Mario. That has been a feature of this innings, that once the batsman's got in, they've scored they've had a good over and then played 1 shot too many. And I'm afraid that 300 scoreboard pressure has really left the batting scorecard in tatters.
You're certainly right. There's still plenty of overs available for the South African Over-50s. Unfortunately, like you said, now he hit 2 consecutive 4s, back-to-back boundaries, and gave the charge for the final delivery of the over as well. and missed the line.
superb, guys,
Went
superb.
off his pads. The wicketkeeper taking the ball. As I said, quite a difficult take behind the stump, but collected it well, took the bails off.
It was a great take. That ball bounced a lot. And next in Con Purchase. He's from the Pretoria area in South Africa. Bowls left arm spin. So he should recognize this bowling while he's batting. And, yeah, it's going to take a mammoth effort to get anywhere near this target. Batting for pride now at the moment.
This is a strange game of fortunes. Hungaria comes and the final delivery, and this time Tally playing all over it. That was a pitched up delivery on middle and off, keeping a trifle low, and the batsman on the back foot trying to force it away on the onside, missed it completely, wrapped on the pads right in front there of the middle stump, and he has been given out.
Yeah, look at that replay. Hard not to agree with the umpire there. Hit him very low. Going to crash into the middle of leg stump. And it's become a bit of a procession.
Yes,
The way they're batting, you'd think that they were being called to the phone. They're going in and out so quickly. Yeah.
Well, this is how the game goes sometimes, Andrew. I'm sure you have played the game. I have played the game myself. I had the fortune of, at school time, playing with the Sri Lanka 1996 World Captain Arjuna Rantunga. Quite a household name here in Sri Lanka. And then, of course, have seen some of the great cricketers of South Africa playing great cricket here in Sri Lanka as well. John T. Rhodes, then, of course, Mr. Lightning and Donald,
White Lightning.
White Lightning, and
Single
then
serving,
also
single
one of
serving.
the greatest captains ever to captain South Africa, the late
Hansi
Cronje.
Yeah.
And there were some brilliant cricketers who we enjoyed watching as youngsters in our school days, and then, of course watching them and going on to play some fantastic cricket throughout the world as well.
Yeah,
So much respect for South Africa in terms of cricket and rugby both. Rugby, we follow the South African rugbies here big time as well.
Okay. Yeah, I'm afraid that is how cricket goes. Even the best teams suffer. Yesterday it was Australia against Sri Lanka in the ODIs, and Sri Lanka rolled them over for 107. So it happens to the best of teams, and it certainly is not through lack of effort or lack of talent. It's just the cricket gods are cruel from time to time.
Well, you're certainly right. So it's Con Purchase out in the middle, and with him is Tharrat yet to open his account. The 24th over now been bowled, and South Africa Over-50s have crawled their way, so to say, to 108 for the loss of 9 wickets. And this is chasing this huge mammoth total of 390. They in fact require a further 211 runs in 128 deliveries, but the fact is, when you look at the scoreboard, they have only 1 wicket left. Masood.
Yeah, they say it's not over till the fat lady sings. But I think in this case, the fat lady's packed her mic away. I don't think she's even going to bother to sing.
You're certainly right. The Indians have done their work well here. Right arm round the wicket to the left-hander. Plays it down gently. Pushes the ball towards the offside. No addition to the score. 24 overs have been completed. South Africa having to chase 390 to win, 108 for the loss of 9 wickets. So taking a look at some of the wickets that were lost. Couple of leg befores, and then the number 3 batsman playing on. And then on this occasion going for the big shot, sweep it, got a top edge, well caught. And then there was a couple of heaves on the onside and on the offside. And unfortunately, the South African Over-50s not being able to be consistent in getting the Indian bowlers away and scoring runs. And some of the shots that were played, well, much to be desired, so to say.
There's a nice good shot by Wayne Tharrat. Over mid-on for 4.
Yes, as you're talking about and watching that replay, the 25th over in progress now. The first delivery was hammered down towards the long on region by Tharrat for a very well a good-looking boundary, and let's see what he will be sort
His
of.
wife Yolandi will be very happy with that shot.
So South Africa Over-50s requires a further 207 runs in 125 deliveries, 112 for 9, chasing 319, and that's a no ball, and we'll have to re-bowl that. And the batsman shape it to play it on the onside. The umpire says you have too many fielders outside the 30-yard circle, and that will be a free hit.
A free hit is just what he would enjoy now. You can be sure that he's going to throw his bat at this one.
He certainly will be. And the only way the batsman can get out for a free hit is through a run out. But otherwise, he certainly will be looking at the boundaries. And there he goes, a big heave. Gets his left foot right in front there and hammers across the line there, connects it well. One bounce over the mid-wicket region, 4 runs.
Takes the score up to 121.
Well. That was a length delivery, maybe slightly back of length. And getting his foot out of the way there, making sure that he has the swing of his arms there, opens his broad shoulders. Parrot, and beautiful shot, connected it well, timed it well, placed it well, and down to the boundary it went like lightning.
Let's see if this bearded hunk can do any more for us.
Malik, ball in hand. This time gives a charge, connects it well. Has he cleared the boundary? Yes, he has. A splendid shot on this occasion, Parrot. Giving the charge, getting to the pitch of the delivery. A lot of bottom hand on that occasion. Going through the swing of the bat, holding his pose. Someone should take a photograph. A beautiful follow through, and the ball has disappeared into the over the long off boundary for 6.
Lovely shot that was. Out of the textbook.
Well, he is enjoying himself. Well, he's throwing everything at it. Malik being taken to the cleaners. First 3 deliveries, 15 runs he has given. He gives a charge once again, connects it well.
Not quite well enough.
And this time dropped short. In front, maybe 2 bounces in front of the long on field. Nevertheless, a run to him.
And we are now 195 behind, so South Africa very relieved to have avoided the follow-on. And I think they've enjoyed this little bit of extra pace from Malik. Certainly have decided to throw the bat around a bit and have some fun.
So Purchase on strike now, yet to open his account. Has faced 3 deliveries, now facing Malik. Right arm over the wicket, way down the offside. Shape it to play it on the offside, didn't connect. Taken in by the wicket keeper, no addition to the score. Final delivery of the 25th over coming, and South Africa chasing 390 to win. They require a further 195 runs. And that's a wide ball that will have to be re-bowled. Well, Malik under pressure here. He was taken to the cleaners. 17 runs he has considered in these first 5 deliveries. And the final run, of course, courtesy of that wide. You have to re-bowl that. Purchase once again, that being called another wide. So a couple of freebies.
Malik is bringing us back into the game. Why didn't they bring him on earlier?
Oh, everything is happening. Part of the humor. We all enjoying the cricket and all what is happening out in the middle as well as here in the commentators box as well. Andrew Emsley with me. Well, not a happy man today, but well, he's enjoying the cricket, enjoying the conditions here in Colombo. And we see 25 overs have been completed. And South Africa Over-50s, 126 for 9. And 25 overs have been completed. You carry on.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
So 126 for 9. Just some interesting stories that we've come out here. Yaya Jiwa, who plays for us, is born in India. And during the anthems this morning, we sang our South African anthem first, and then when the Indian anthem started playing, Yaya, who was wearing our colours, he started singing the Indian anthem next to us. We had to nudge him and say, come on, stop that now.
Well, how wonderful is that?
He was born in India, he's been in South Africa 30 years, so his roots run deep.
Absolutely, I think you do get a sizable Hindu population or Indian population in South Africa.
Yes, especially in KZN. It's a beautiful, beautiful drive through extra cover.
First runs for Perseus, beautiful shot through that vacant gap between sweeper and extra cover. 4 valuable runs to the South African tally.
His opening partner is Vian Smith. He's also got a few quirks about him. He likes to drink milk in between overs. Apparently, he is identifying as a cat in this match.
That's an interesting fact. So it's good to have Andrew Emsley here with us, sharing some very funny insights, I would say, of each player. But Tharat has played some lusty blows.
He has. He batted number 11 in the first game and he did quite well. Ran out of partners. So let's see. Perhaps he can pull off a miracle.
Yes, miracle is what the South Africans need if they are to surpass this. He tries, goes down the track. There is protection in the deep.
It's a good hit, well fielded there. This field is very bumpy. And you need to get your body behind the ball, so he did well on the long on boundary there.
It's not an even surface here at the Senanayake Grounds. There is grass cover, but nonetheless the surface is rather bumpy, very closer to the boundary ropes. That brings the end of over number 26, 133 for 9 South Africa.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Right, Tharat on strike rate of 200, facing up to Masood. No, it's punches it down the ground for a single. It's not a single.
It's 4 runs.
It's been an over 50 type fielding, and it's gone through his legs for 4.
In Sri Lanka, we call that a bokwa. That's called a bokwa in Sinhalese. Oh, right through his legs.
Yeah, that is a late afternoon bend there. Stiff knees.
Gali. Bridge, no?
In South African language, we would have said in Xhosa, "Uyangena ukugobing amadolo ukuthola la bola." That translates to he was a bit lazy to bend his knees for that ball. But I think you can blame the surface. It is a bit bouncy. Connor's just played an off drive to third man and takes a single.
Tharat has used his long handle to good effect. 22 off 11. Like you mentioned, Andrew striking at 200 runs per 100 balls. Very confident looking stroke.
Wayne's played a lovely little cameo here.
Goes to show that there aren't any demons on this track.
I think most of the demons were in the batsman's heads today. That big score got to us, as it so often does when you've got a big chase.
I think they didn't get the start that they wanted, losing 4 wickets in the first 10 overs, just the 36 runs. I think that's where the game started.
That's where the pressure really started to tell. And so often with these big first innings scores, you either get a thrill of a match or the second innings is a bit of a disappointment. The Australia game was a high-scoring affair. It was very exciting by the end, especially if you were Australian. Who knows? We're chipping away, yeah? It wasn't long ago we were trying to avoid the follow-on. Now it's only 177 to go, so who knows what might happen.
So 27 gone, 142 for 9, South Africa chasing 319.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and thepapare.com.
Right, who is it to continue? We're hoping that Malik has got a brother who can start bowling from the other end to keep the run rate going.
Brought in the left arm spinner, I believe it's Dinesh Sharma. Oh, look at that.
Turn that one square.
Rightfully
Smiles,
so.
Yeah, smiles all around there from the bowler and the batsman. That ball really turned.
This is going to be an interesting battle between Sharma and Tarat.
Sharma's first 2 balls have been very, very good balls.
Sure, he must be biting his teeth to get after Sharma. Look for a few lusty blows as I speak. This is over his head. Fantastic strike. 1 bounce to the boundary. 4 runs to Tarat.
The bearded chick magnet is making hay here.
That one was tossed, invited him for the drive, going through with the shot in his arm. Lovely batting from Tarat. 28 of 16. Still 173 runs to go. This time, once again, that's lofted. That's gone all the way for 6. 10 of 2.
Batting beautifully. Takes his score to 34 of 17, maintains that 200 strike rate. Taking a batting collapse to unearth some real talent here at number 11.
I wonder why he's batting so low. Doesn't look number 11 to me or to anyone of us here watching him bat. Certainly he's using the long hand to good effect. Striking the ball at 200. Really smart batting. Very smart batting.
I think he needs to keep to the positive play. Nothing little tricky shots like that. Number 11s are not known for their finesse at the crease.
Great run.
It was a cheeky single.
Excellent single to complete the over. Tharat rightfully taking the single to keep strike. 28 gone, 153 for 9, South Africa.
Pleased to see that Tharat can count to 6, sneaking a single off the last ball there to retain strike. And now down to a mere 166 runs. The game is still on.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD. ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂන් නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Right, Malik from the SSC end. Is he going to keep South Africa in the game, or is he going to spoil the fun for the men from the bush? just had a word in my ear from the manager. Apparently there's a fitness session scheduled for the batsmen after the game.
What a shot. That's gone all the way. This is great striking by Tharat.
That was a mighty blow. That was a mighty blow. Way over the boundary down at long on. Off the back foot.
Up and down stuff by Malik. Ranked long hop. Tharat doing the needful by going through with the stroke. Set up on him very well for him to play that shot. 6 runs. Oh.
A rare dot ball from Malik as Tharat has a... I think you might have been watching some crows flying past there as he swung at that ball. It's one bird that we've seen a lot of here since we've been in the country.
Great batting.
Beautiful drive down the ground.
In most urban areas, crow is a common bird that you will see, but the more you go to the villages and to various other landscapes, you'll see a variety of, in terms of birds, there's various biodiversity there. So
Okay, interesting. Yes, the crows around our hotel are very active. They like picking up snacks off plates on the pool decks there. And it's a bit like the seagulls in South Africa. If you're not careful, you can lose a hamburger right out your hand if you're on the beach. They come swooping in and snatch them.
It's going down the leg side.
Seagulls have developed a taste for McDonald's burgers and chips.
That's interesting. Wickets is the problem, the concern for the South Africans. They've lost 9 of them, just surviving with this one. This partnership has grown, mind you. Tharat has rocketed to 43 as it brings the Malik over to an end. 35 Malik has conceded, 29 gone, 162 for 9 South Africa.
Get ready for the International Masters League, where cricketing powerhouses collide. Who will rise to the occasion and claim the ultimate glory? Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
Right, so from half an hour ago things were looking completely disastrous. And now there is a glimmer of hope. Let's hope that the Indians have relaxed too much and they open the door for this last wicket miracle partnership to do the trick.
They brought back Malik in from the Vijayarama end. This is smashed.
Yes.
But straight
And
to the fielder's hands.
Taken very nonchalantly on the boundary there. Brings an end to Tharat's innings, 43 of 24 balls. Great knock. And had that come earlier in the innings, it might have just changed things somewhat. But at least saves a little bit of face for the South African team. And we can end the game at least with some positivity going forward for the next game against Pakistan tomorrow.
It was a great cameo by Tharat, 43 of 24, but nonetheless, congratulations to the Indian team. They've bundled out South Africa for 162, so it's a huge win. It will not do their net run rate any good. It'll do their net run rate a whole world of good. India has won by 156 runs here at the DSS Senanayake College. A crucial win for the Indians after having been beaten by the Australians not too long ago, as we see the final wicket. It was a good shot, played through the line, but there was the long off-fielder who took that
And
catch.
congratulations to the Indian side. They batted really beautifully this morning. The opening bat nearly got 100. He batted really well, placed the ball, and then towards the end, one of their batsmen, I can't remember his name, made 80 or 40 balls and really put the boot in and set themselves up for a great win. Well done, India.
Yes, customary handshakes after the game. Commiserations to the South Africans. They try to put up a fight, but in terms of making progress in this game, wickets was a concern. The start was a real big disappointment. 36 runs in the first 10 overs. They lost 4 wickets, not doing them any good in terms of laying a platform to chase this huge score of 319 runs. 45 over game, and in these conditions, it's hot and it's humid. The South Africans found it rather difficult, and more so the accurate bowling of the Indians, which really put the pegs and brought about a resounding victory for the Indians. Look at the highlights. Ian Smith was the first to go. Then immediately in the next over, it brought them another scalp. Yahya Aiwa, the man for South Africa in terms of the bat, played a very crucial cameo. Got 20 of 20, but then he too lost his wicket. That's his wicket. Played a cross-batted shot against the spin, but then we saw Andre that really took the Indian spinners on. Some lusty blows. We also had a change in ball. 5 sixes until he perished, being caught at deep mid wicket. And from then on, it was India all the way. Wickets kept falling at regular intervals. Malik came in, put in the brakes, got 2-3 wickets. There you see, was rather penetrative bowling performance by the Indians, especially the spinners, Dinesh Sharma, Malik and Bandari. The 3 of them, I think, did a fantastic job and deserve all the credit for bringing India to victory. Not forgetting the batsmen, 2 half-centurions that really propelled India's score to 318. That was the final wicket that brought about a resounding victory for the Indians. Backdrop, you see the beautiful Lotus Tower. This is the South African scorecard, a pretty sorry scorecard. 2 standout performances, Andre Steyn and Tharat really putting their hands up in spite of it being a daunting task or a daunting target to chase. They put their hands up and showed what they're capable of. Tharat was very impressive, batting at number 11. By no means did look a batsman who can't handle, but the long handle was used to good effect. Move to the bowling card. Everyone chipping in except for Malik, who was rather expensive, but the rest, Bandari, Singara bringing that early breakthrough. Sharma was very impressive with his left arm spin, was getting a lot of purchase, a lot of bite off this wicket, was spinning the ball very viciously. Farooq Dangaria was the other left arm spinner who was on the expensive side but captured 2 crucial wickets. But Masood, the right arm off spin, I think came in, was the difference between the 2 sides. Took those 3 wickets in quick succession to really peg the South Africans and get onto their tail early. And that's a wrap here at the DSS Senanayake Grounds. India comprehensively beat South Africa by 150 runs. A resounding margin. That's not going to do any good to the South Africans, but definitely for the Indians in terms of the net run rate. This is the next series of matches, 6 of them that will take place tomorrow. Namibia will confront USA, Zimbabwe versus UAE, New Zealand, England. That's going to be a very interesting match. England, from the news that we know, have comprehensively beaten the Sri Lankan over-50 side. South Africa will be taking on Pakistan at IMC Grounds, Bandaragama. Canada will take on Australia, whilst Wales and West Indies will go head-on at the CCC grounds. And that's a wrap from the Senanayake Grounds. It was India beating South Africa at this IMC Over-50 Cricket World Cup encounter Group B fixture. Thank you very much.